All right. Thank you so much for everyone for joining in for today's session on Hacktoberfest. We have an amazing panel of experts from the industry, ranging from students to also experienced folks with more than 5+ years of experience today, sharing all about open source. So we're going to be nerding about open source today, and the primary focus is going to be talking about the best practices when it comes to open source, because everyone knows that we recently started with the month of October, which is also known as the Hacktoberfest month, and this entire month is dedicated towards sort of promoting and helping big new contributors to get started with open source, which is officially hosted by DigitalOcean alongside a lot of different other partners like Intel, AppWrite. So make sure that you also do register on the Hacktoberfest website if you want to contribute. But of course, open source is not just about contributing during October or during Hacktoberfest itself. And that is why we have brought in an amazing panel of guests alongside us who will be sharing their own perspective and sharing some tips around open source, especially for new contributors, so that they don't fall into the wrong trap of contributing, and they can follow the right kind of guidelines and can set the right path while contributing to various open source projects. So I'll give a really warm welcome to Harsh, Oleg, Santosh, Vineet, and Ankit.
So just to start it off, I'm Ankit. I'm more known as QEDK on GitHub and Twitter. So just to tell you what I'm currently doing. Currently, I'm a blockchain engineer at Polygon. I just recently joined as a full-time employee, and I was like an intern for about 3 months. And currently, I'm also serving as the organization administrator for Wikimedia Foundation for both GSOC and Outreachy. So where I'm kind of responsible for bringing in new contributors, maintainers, and just keeping them involved and in the loop. I recently joined the Gitcoin rapid prototyping workstream, which is basically a DAO, where I'm also a part of the Moonshot Collective, where I'm basically building tools for public goods, which are basically all free and open source software where everyone can contribute, everyone can use for free.
Then Harsh, would you want to go ahead next?
Sure. First of all, thanks, Shiva, for the invitation. So my name is Harsh. Right now, I'm in my final year of undergraduate studies, and I'm working as a software developer at Quantsite Labs, working full-time on open source projects like QHub, SkyPy, and more of that. Previously, I was a Google Summer of Code student at Metacall. So for people who are not very familiar with Metacall, then it provides a library for implementing cross-language function calls. So if you have a function written out in Python, you can call that in JavaScript or Rust or C++, whatever you feel like. Uh, I'm also currently working as a Google Season of Docs intern at Mojo Global. So Mojo Global is a community backed by the Linux Foundation, where we basically build measurement, reporting, and verification software for climate change action. And I'm also assisting some of the developers at the University of Southampton for their fast image processing library called libvips. So this is how I am associating myself with open source. And in the past, I have worked with Red Hat, QXF2, just to name a few. And my interests are majorly around web engineering, DevOps, and of course, the whole Python ecosystem. So that's pretty much about me.
And then we have Oleg. Really excited to have you, Oleg, as well.
Yeah, happy to join too. So yeah, I started my open source journey in 2012, and yeah, currently I'm one of core maintainers of Jenkins. It's one of the leading open source automation servers widely used for CI/CD, build automation. I guess everyone on this call use Jenkins, whether you like it or not. And yeah, currently I'm a technical oversight committee chair in the Continuous Delivery Foundation, which pushes CI/CD unification and standards across the community. And yeah, I'm also a big fan of open hardware, and actually I have a PhD degree in hardware design. So if you're interested to know more about contributing to various kinds of the projects, I'm happy to talk. And yeah, I've been leading Hacktoberfest in Jenkins since 2016. So I will be happy to share a lot of insights.
Then we have the amazing Santosh. Do you want to just give a very quick introduction?
Hey everyone, Shiva, thanks for invitation. So my name is Santosh, and I'm one of the Google developer expert for Angular from India and GitHub Star, as well as I'm part of Auth Zero Ambassador program. And I'm mostly involved in Angular community. That's how actually I came into open source world. So I started contributing to Angular and other projects. Then I started creating few libraries, maintaining them, and yeah, that's about me. And I work as a software consultant, so I don't get that much time to actually contribute to open source, which I actually really miss. But yeah, I'm doing other stuffs like live streams and other things. So yeah.
And then we have Vineet.
Hey CI, thanks for inviting me. And so myself, Vinny, I work as a senior software engineer at Postman. So basically, like my major role at Postman has to deal with the ecosystem layer of APIs. So as you most of you must be knowing that Postman is API dev platform. So I'm really glad that Oleg is here, and I actually build integrations for Postman. So be it a CI/CD gateways or maybe APM. So if you have been following us on Twitter, you might have checked out our latest release, that is V9 release, where we have actually shipped out integrations from most of the these four sectors. So gateways, version control, CI/CD, and glad that we super soon we'll also have Jenkins that's lined up. And if you have any tools in your mind and you love some tools or any third party services that you want to integrate with Postman, I'd be happy to know about that. And you can raise an issue feature request on our GitHub, and we'll take it forward from there. So thanks. That's about my work. And other than I'm not very active on open source, but I'm fortunate to be, a fellow GitHub star with Santosh from India. And other than that, I'm part of G-Shock. I do G-Shock with Postman as well as a sync API. So again, a sync API is something that we are promoting the event-driven architecture, the way OpenAPI has done for REST APIs. The same thing we are doing for async APIs. So we do G-Shock there and a lot of good projects which is lined up there. So yeah, I think that's a pretty much about me. Thank you, Siva.
So coming to probably the main agenda of this particular panel discussion and talking about what are some of the best practices while contributing to open source. So if we can probably start off with a very quick understanding of for all of you what you understand or what open source means for you and what are some of the best practices when it comes to open source. So we can probably start off with Ankit and we can sort of have a round of discussion regarding this topic of what are some of the best practices for open source.
All right, sure. I'll start this off gladly. So like talking about Wikimedia Foundation, right? So the interesting thing is that like probably we do our things a lot differently than people in open source might be used to. So it means that we also kind of have a certain level of expertise required before we can start contributing, because our projects don't live on GitHub, right? Our projects live on Gerrit, which is like our self-hosted instance of a let's just say that it's not as advanced as GitHub, but it's all internal. And the reason we do it is so basically we control the entire process end to end, since we place a lot of focus in using open source hardware and open source software. So like everything we do is basically all internal tooling and infrastructure that we own. So just to talk about practices with respect to how you would get in touch with the community or how you would understand um, how the code base works, right? I think one of the most important things is being actively engaging with whoever the maintainer is. So I think a lot of mistakes that like which I made when I was first starting off. So like I think my first open source contribution was back in 2011, 2012, when it was basically like a JavaScript tool to kind of help edit Wikipedia. And so then like I was just learning JavaScript, didn't really know how it works. Which meant that obviously I wasn't putting out the most optimal work out there. Like all they're interested in helping, a lot of the work is kind of figuring out how the code base works or how exactly things are meant to be done. So like, for example, like right now, most popular repos are probably going to be using some kind of linter, maybe like ESLint, maybe it's going to use standard, maybe it's going to use prettier. So it's kind of quite important to know what the repo is using. And if you're working off a branch, just be aware of whatever tests are being run, whatever linters are being run. Like it's good that you're interested in committing, like interest comes first, definitely. But I feel like when any newcomers are joining a community, they kind of fail to take the first steps, which would be engaging with the community actually, and engaging with whoever the maintainers are, and just kind of putting in a bit more effort into understanding the code base before actually making those commits. I think that's pretty much it from me as a starting point. Let's see what everyone else thinks.
Sure. So, I mean, also, if, like, we can also look at if someone might want to join as a newcomer, what could be the step-by-step process for them to also, get started. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the best practices, of course. So, Harsh, do you want to go next?
So if we see a lot, like we see a lot of times that the new contributors are coming up, they start off with a general introduction that, hi, I'm coming from this particular college or university. They're particularly coming from a college background. I know these tools and technologies, which the project might not be using, and they just ask for some sort of a guidance or a mentorship to get started up. In my opinion, that is a pretty wrong way in getting started, because most of the time you are actually expecting the people to spoon feed you. And open source is all about helping out the new people, helping you get started, but no one exactly has the bandwidth to spoon feed you during the entire process. So instead of just introducing yourself or reaching out to people, have a dig with the project and just go and study the code base. If we take a large project, like let's say SkyPy, there are plenty of resources on SkyPy. There are specific tutorials, there are specific talks, there are specific blogs, resources, podcasts. You can go through each one of them and you can try to have a basic intuition on how the project works. The next step can be to actually pick up a particular feature or a particular bug and just have a thought process around the same. You don't exactly need to give out a perfect solution for it. So when I started contributing to SkyPy, one of the first issues was around compiler caching. So we wanted to make the CI builds faster, and this is why we were looking towards compiler caching part. So instead of just digging around with the same, we started looking for alternatives to achieve this particular part. And this is how within a week itself, we arrived at a particular solution. So just have a dig around with the available resources, because I guess I saw a tweet by Naval today that if you're building on open source, you just have to solve a particular problem once. So whatever work you do on open source, it will be acting as a reference for a lot of people out there, for a lot of projects. So just leverage that, just try to find out the references and have a dig around it. Even if you're not very confident of putting it out on the code, just document that particular solution. So maybe just create a message, send it out to one of the maintainers, obviously on a group chat, not on a DM, and ask for specific feedback. And they would be the people who would be more than happy to have you contribute through those parts. So as an beginner contributor, just make sure that you're putting out the best, uh, your best forward, so that the other people can help you out as well during the whole process. So just have a clear mindset on what you wish to achieve, what is your particular inclination of working with that community, and what exact impact do you wish to create in the long run. And everything else would be pretty much simple.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with the fact that a lot of times we have this expectation that we are joining a community, and people hear that, okay, the community members are there to help you out. But yes, at the same time, we shouldn't let that expectation lead to the fact that we are expecting them to just do the entire code for us, or just do that entire process for us. The main aim should be that, okay, you are able to understand what exactly is the thing that you're supposed to be doing, all the relevant resources to help you set up the local project on your system, and then being able to follow the steps that are required to solve that particular issue. It could be a documentation issue, it could be a bug or a new feature request. Definitely, I completely agree with you. Oleg, would also I love to know about your experience, because you have been a org admin. You have also been a mentor for a lot of different projects, especially during for students as well and for professionals as well. So we'd love to know your take on it.
Yeah. So first of all, open source is a quite a diverse ecosystem. So what it means, there is a huge number of projects, and these projects differ in terms of not only technology stacks, but also they differ in terms of culture, they differ in terms of organization. And for you, if you want to join a community, it's like finding a company. You need to find a good fit. So if you want to join a project, the first first thing would be find a project you like. And for that, events like Hacktoberfest are a great opportunity, because there are many participating communities and you can study them. So if you consider just starting your open source journey Hacktoberfest, my recommendation would be to try different projects that are interesting to you. And then once you find a community you like, then you can start expanding, studying deeper, and basically participating in communities' day-to-day life. And then you can also decide what you do there. Because in open source, it's not just writing code. There are so many various types of contributions you can do: writing code, test automation, design, just speaking and spreading the word. Basically, anything you can, any activity can help the community. And depending on your interests, depending on what you want to learn or what you want to share, you can define your next steps. But for me, if you start, the most important thing is to find a community that you actually like. And if you want, I can talk about it later.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. But yeah, thank you so much for also sharing about some of the things that people also have a misconception with this. That yes, open source contributions are not just limited to the code. There are a lot of different non-code contributions that you can make with respect to community work, making blogs, or writing documentation. So yeah, thank you so much for also shedding light on that fact.
Yeah, and it was mentioning that for Oktoberfest particularly, you also don't have to write only code, because the passing criteria is the number of pull requests. But many communities currently use documentation as code, so you can create documentation, you can write designs, artwork. Some communities, of course, automate blog posts. Even Twitter can be automated via pull requests. So if you want to contribute, it doesn't have to be code even during this month.
Then, Santosh, would you want to go next?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a lot of points which was already mentioned. So, I mean, open source is just not about code. So, a lot of people think, okay, I should actually contribute to some large projects like React or some Angular, but that's not the case, right? I mean, if you think, just take for example, right? Is React sufficient to actually build an entire application, or even Angular is sufficient to build the entire application? It is not. There are a lot of libraries which makes the ecosystem. So don't go for the bigger libraries, right? There are a lot of projects which you are already using in your project. Try to pick one of them which probably you are using and which is like good for you, and your organization is actually it is helping your project and your organization. So try to actually get involved in that project. That's how you learn, right? I mean, okay, this is how it is implemented, and you can also help someone else grow, right? That project which is not probably not getting sufficient stars or sufficient focus from the community, you can help them, right? So those are the things which you should keep in mind before you actually go ahead and contribute to some open source project. And I would also like to mention the larger community, which is actually not getting involved in the community into the open source, which is working professionals. Because if I see today, a lot of students are actually taking the initiative, right? Getting into open source world and doing the all open source. I have seen many students actually they're part of Webpack, ESLint, and I'm surprised, right? I mean, because there is a large community or large number of developers who are already working, they know everything, but they are not probably they are not making time or they don't get time. I'm not sure what, but I think if you are one of them, please take the lead. I mean, you are also you have more knowledge. Probably you can add more value to the ecosystem of open source world, right? You can create some projects. You can actually drive what is there. You can add features. I mean, let just forget about actually contributing to code. You already work somewhere. You already know the pains in your project, right? And in case it is coming from some open source project, you know this can be improved. Just go ahead and at least create a feature request or bug fixes rather than actually asking your question on Stack Overflow. Just go to the GitHub. I mean, it's open, right? All the projects are available. Just go ahead and do that. Create the issue, let them know about what's wrong. I have seen a lot of actually developers who keep and watch on Stack Overflow just because they can get some simple issues. I mean, in case some cases, of course, complex issues as well, which actually they go to GitHub repository and then solve it. You can also be that guy rather than actually just going to Stack Overflow. Go to GitHub and share what you saw or how it can be improved. A lot of things to do.
I completely agree because I mean, when you're working as a professional, you come across a lot of different kind of use cases. Where you're using, let's say, an open source library, and you run into an issue. It could be a configuration issue. It could be an environment based issue. And if you're asking your question on Stack Overflow, people are solving them. But of course, there could be other people in other working professional, or it could be even students who might face similar kind of an issue. So being able to share that as an issue on GitHub definitely makes a lot of sense. Vineet, would you also want to share some insights on some best practices?
Sure, sure. So I think Shantos, Ankit, and all have covered most of the things. So I'll just talk about a few more things. Like open source is like more of culture, right? It's more of collaboration. So I think the more you collaborate, the more you get from the community. So as a beginner, like what would I would suggest, right? As a beginner, never target like bigger organization, maybe Node.js or let's say React, because as a beginner it might be difficult. But trust me, there are a lot of very popular npm modules out there which has a very less contributions, right, and a lot of open issues. So you might be interested in checking that out as a beginner. So that really helps for beginners, right? And like another good part is that no matter whether you are fixing a typo or you are writing documentation for any popular library, it's also counted as a contributions, right? So if you see, right, a lot of popular npm models, a lot of popular library doesn't have proper documentation, right? If you are setting up that project, you go to readme, you won't find proper instructions, right? You have to google it out and then find, because what happens, like the maintainers, if they are running on mac os, they are running on linux, they write the instruction based on based on their platform. But sometimes you have to install the things, install the dependency on windows or other platform. Why can't you make that readme better, right? Just add a pull request and add steps for other channels. Other area would be to contribute as a beginner is that a lot of popular library doesn't have unit test. I can spot a lot of good libraries which have very less test coverage, right, and which has 1 million downloads on npm. So you might be interested in writing tests for them. I think writing and reading unit test is another good way to start to contribute to some open source project. And of course, like the discussion is something which I really love on github, right? So we start discussions and a lot of good ideas come there. And I really like the point that santosh has pointed out, right? This is something which I personally follow. So basically, like whenever you are working with like every company, right, I mean every engineer is some way they are dependent on some sort of open source modules, libraries, or tech stacks, right? So if you find some problems, go ahead and raise an issue there, raise a bug, so that maintainers will come to know about that, right? If you are in habit of getting your doubts resolved through stack overflow, meaning that maintainer will never come to know about that there is a gap in their module, right? So I think it's a very good idea to always create an issue, and you are making that particular project a better, right? And maintainer will always welcome you with your doubts and with your issues, and they'll be grateful that you pointed them out that this is something which is not working as expected. I think that's it. And for students, I would always say, like these programs like hacktoberfest, google summer of code, there are so many programs, right, which is student friendly to just to onboard you to the github so that you can kickstart your open source journey from there, and then there is no going back once you start.
So yeah, I mean, really amazing points. Harsh specifically spoke about what not to do when you start off introducing yourself to the community, and we had points from Santosh Oleg regarding what exactly is open source and how contributors can get started. But can we also probably just discuss about some of the things that contributors should also keep in mind when it comes to making their first ever pull requests? What are the kind of steps that they should follow in order to sort of abide with the best practices when it comes to open source? So it could be with respect to using appropriate like branch name, pull request, or let's say the code that they're actually writing. If we can sort of look into that as well, because a lot of times people make a lot of mistakes when they're either writing the code or the commit messages that they're having. So we can probably just discuss something about those, and from your personal experiences that you have had, or what kind of guidelines are being looked at in your respective organizations. Would love to sort of have your take on that. So Ankit, if you want to go first.
So like I think the biggest thing that at least I was stuck with, or I think most people would be stuck with, would be understanding exactly how Git works, right? And it doesn't need to be Git as we see. Maybe someone uses Mercurial. So I think Mozilla is one such organization which still uses Mercurial. But like even leaving that aside, one of the biggest things that any contributor should do, in my opinion, is just take a dig at Git and understand how it works. And I think one of the biggest mistakes that newcomers would make is just believing that the UI will do everything for you, but in most cases it will not. So like one of the most common things, like if it's a complicated merge conflict, like there's no way that a UI is going to let you do that. Maybe you can use something like Sublime Merge or one of those new ones which will actually make you do it visually. But if you understand how things like rebases work, how you can avoid having to use merge conflicts at all. Like for example, I think one thing that everyone should do is to just set the default pull merge strategy to a rebase by default instead of opting for a merge, because in that case it will not do a merge commit and your maintainers will be like, okay, he understands how it works, this is great. Because one thing that people don't want is maybe like they just don't want the merge commits, because in that case it kind of rewrites history. But if you rebase, it basically means that your commits are done on top of the head, right? Which is basically what most maintainers would want. So I think like one basic thing that you need to do is understand how you exactly want your branches to work. So a very common way of doing is versioning using branches, and then also having releases or tags, which are basically like Git tags, where each tag acts as a version. So if you want to roll back to a previous version, you can essentially use Git to rewind to the previous version and rebase your commits on top. And the point is, you won't be able to do all of this if you don't exactly understand how to do it using Git first. Like, surely you can just do Git checkout and just get those and then work on those. But let's say that you want to go back, but if you don't know Git rebase, you can't do that. So I think one good thing would be to always keep Git docs on hand. Also, one thing that I've seen, and this is a mistake that I make, is that I forget to run the linter. So if someone has a CI setup that has a linter already set up in it, you have to run it. Okay, like that's the reason that the workflow exists, is so that it gets picked up. So like if you miss it, like it's not an issue. Feel free to do it again. But I think one good approach in that would be to just kind of squash your lint fix commits into the previous commit instead of having two separate commits. So it can be like one unified commit. Also, another big issue that I find is that you do not make commits atomic in nature. So this is a very common thing that you should do, is that each commit should only do one thing. If your commit, like let's say that you're making lint fixes in one commit, right? And the next commit is basically to fix this regression bug that has been existing for the last 5 versions. What you should do is to make sure that each commit only does one thing. It shouldn't be, your commit message shouldn't say fixing lint and fixing the bug from 5 versions ago. We don't want that. Also, another thing would be commit messages. Now that I've said this, writing good commit messages is very important. I'm not asking you to put emojis. I'm not asking you to put the GitHub emoji. Like, as long as it's a commit that's descriptive and concise, we'll take it. So what that means is you don't need to list everything that you've done in the commit. It doesn't need to be upgraded package from this to this, fix bug from this to this, fix lint. It doesn't need to be like that. Just be like lint fix, then maybe the whatever thing you fixed, or maybe you fixed a certain bug, and then it can be like fixed the existing typo. It can be anything like that. And one of the most important things that I have to add is even the little things can be commits. So I think a lot of contributors think that it has to be something important. It really doesn't have to be. So just to give an example, we have an epic bug, right? As in not an epic bug, like an epic task or a ticket, where basically it's just a combination of like 50 or 100 commits that people have made at one time. And those are just to fix typos in the code base. So even a contribution as simple as fixing a typo, maybe changing an article from A to N, much appreciated. Because trust me, like software devs, we will take any contribution you have. And so like even the small things, we want all of that. And I think that's pretty much it from me.
Yeah, definitely a lot of great insights on how to use Git efficiently. Because I mean, I can definitely understand when you have so many, like such a large set of contributors working on a single project, you'll find such kind of merge conflicts happening, and then a lot of time people just really do not know how to use Git effectively to, let's say, and they just sort of stay behind and they get confused, like what should we do. So learning Git at its core and understanding how it works is really important. So yeah, thank you so much, Ankit, for sharing that. Harsh, would you want to go next?
Sure. So I guess Ankit has added a lot of great points. I have just shared a blog, oh shit Git, And it is basically a very real world use case of how you can use Git for various problems that you encounter. So being really good at Git is one of the most essential criteria if you're contributing to open source. But again, no one is an expert. So most of the times you will be finding yourself doing Stack Overflow search to basically arrive at particular solutions. From my perspective, I'm more of a DevOps person. So I would really say that if you're trying to contribute, just have a look at the workflows that exist. So a lot of the projects these days use GitHub Actions. When I was working at Red Hat, we used to use Travis and Jenkins. So we had a lot of configurations going on. We used to have a lot of tests, lints, and all of the same. So that can give you a very much insight on what would happen if you commit some code. So when I was starting with open source, I used to do blind commits. So I used to just commit a change and I used to send that back to the PR. And that used to break some of the other tests most often. So once I understood that, yes, these workflows are running and this is the exact purpose of the same, I started being more conscious about it. So in a standard workflow file, you will find a lot of things. You will find that there is a build step, there is an install step, uh, there are specific lints, tests, and this will give you a very holistic insight on what would happen once you land your contribution. So most of the projects are quite picky about having all of the CI checks being green. Some of the projects are not, but you should try to ensure that whatever you do, it should not ideally break something. I have broken something really big at one of the big projects that I remember. And I simply did not get the time to go back to the same because I did not run the test locally and they did not have those configurations on the main repository itself. So don't make the same mistake as me. Try to have a holistic insight onto how tests work, on how the whole test suite works and all of that. And that would ensure that we're landing some quality contributions. Apart from it, try to be documentative in your approach. So I don't exactly remember, but I saw a Twitter user almost a few months back who basically recorded an entire Loom video once she had submitted a pull request. So that was a very great way of communicating the entire feature with a particular maintainer. So you should not be recording some videos and all of that, but what you can instead do is try to be really documentative in whatever you're trying to put into it. So if you're trying to implement some feature or maybe you're fixing some bug, just try to document it in a simple manner, which can act as a reference for someone else who might be fixing that same thing out. So once I had a really great problem with fixing the PWA plugin on Docusaurus, and I was not really able to find a solution for the same, but I just figured out that there is an existing repository and there is a solution over there. So I can just use that to fix my own problem. So document whatever you are coming across. It can be either on the community specific channels like Slack or Discord or IRC, or you can just document it over the issue and the PR, and that would be really good.
Makes a lot of sense, Harsh, because I've also seen this thing that some of the folks, what they'll do is they'll write a blog post about it, and that's a really great way because, of course, you'll definitely come across someone who might be trying to solve a similar kind of a problem. So, of course, you might have solved that issue in the pull request that you have submitted, but if you're also additionally creating some kind of, let's say, a blog post or like a video, as you mentioned, that will be beneficial for others also who might be contributing to such kind of different things. So yeah, thank you so much, Harsh, for pointing that out. And Oleg, probably, I guess this might be the because you're definitely the most experienced in this entire ecosystem. So would love to know about your insights as well for
Well,
best practices. Yeah.
yeah, so when you contribute, my recommendation would be to follow the contributing guidelines. Because when you take an active project which actively onboards contributors, most likely there will be guidelines available for newcomers. For example, contributing MD, which is a part of standard GitHub metadata these days, or there might be good first issues with a detailed description of what a contributor is expected to do. And my advice for every newcomer contributor would be to follow these guidelines, to follow, for example, pull request templates if they exist, to follow guidelines in the documentation, because if you don't, it immediately sets you on a kind of collision course with the community. It's quite popular when newcomer contributors create pull requests, let's say, without documentation, without explaining what changes. Of course, if you just submit a typo fix, it's not a problem, but when you submit a feature, when you submit a bug fix, then there might be some specific requirements, for example, for changelog automation or for code review process. And yeah, if the community is active, then they already have all this documentation for you, and please follow that. So it would be the most important ask. And yeah, as a maintainer in Hacktoberfest, I definitely receive a lot of pull requests that do not follow the documentation, and yeah, please focus on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because this is something that I have experienced as while I started out with contributing. So I was doing some contributions to FOSS Asia, but each and every time my contribution just used to, like, my pull request used to get closed, and I mean it did take me quite a while. So I was part of this developer sprint that was happening in New Delhi, and that is the time when I actually got to know that we have to follow the contributing guidelines, because that contributing markdown file can have a lot of different things, including what your your commit message should be like, what your pull request template like, or the message of the pull request, and even actually when it comes to the best practices when it comes to writing your code. So whether, like, let's say when you're writing, you're working on a React based project, so whether you should use a cross function or a normal function, or you should use a cross, let's say class based component or a functional component. So you'll find some repositories having very specific guidelines when it comes to how you have to even like create function names or variable names. And if you're not following them, then there's a huge likelihood that it might actually result in your your pull request getting declined, or you might have to make additional changes. So I completely agree with Oleg that the first thing that you have to do is research about the project, try to run it locally, and do look at the contributing guidelines. Yeah, thank you so much, Oleg, for pointing that out. Santosh, if we want to go next with respect to this particular topic.
Yeah, sure. So as Alec mentioned, please read contributing.md file. It is there for a purpose. So it has everything, how you can actually create your branches, how you can actually mention your commit messages. And apart from contributing.md, some practices which you should follow is, in case you are actually raising a feature, just don't go and blindly raise the feature request. Please actually document it. Otherwise it will be chances that you invested your 10-15 days and finally it was rejected because it was not useful for the project. Or even in the same case, in case of you find some bug, please discuss with the maintainers first. Don't try to actually just go ahead and jump on and start uh, creating PRs. Discuss with the maintainers if they are accepting new feature requests or bug fixes, because sometimes you don't see it, but some projects are already marked as archived, and then you will end up actually raising a PR which will never be merged. So keep and watch for those things before you go ahead and raise your PRs. And also, just wanted to add one more point. Don't be pushy. So in case you raise a PR, maintainers are human. So it's not like you should go ahead and ping them every day. Is it getting merged or not? Don't do follow which will irritate the maintainers. So of course everyone is like doing open source in their free time. So respect that.
So it's a valid point, and I can completely agree with that, because a lot of times the maintainers themselves have some kind of full time job they're doing, or even if they are, like, working full time in that particular project, they will have to do a lot of other things as well apart from just looking at your pull request, because large projects might have 100, 200, 500 plus issues and pull requests lined up. So yeah, definitely you need to be cognizant of their time as well, and because they are looking at a lot of other things rather than just your particular pull request or an issue that you might have created. So a really valid point. And Vinith, finally, like, if you would want to also share some
Yeah,
thoughts.
sure. So I think most of the points are already covered. I was just listening carefully to everyone, just to like find some points which I can actually speak. So I think everyone talked about contributing MD, PR template, issue template, even atomic commit messages tag. But one thing I want to add is that commit messages, in my opinion, it should never be in past tense. It should be in the present tense. Imperative sentences should be there. That's a very valid point. There are a lot of arguments around this, like it should be in past tense, but I think the most of the community agrees on that it should be in present tense in imperative. It should be imperative sentence, because after applying that, yeah, it depends upon project. That's correct, Oleg. So some people are following that, but I think in my opinion, like I go for present tense, but it's totally up to the arguments. And then the next point which I want to mention is that whenever you raise a PR, right? So basically, what happens is if you are making a UI fix, it's always good to put screenshots, what like how it's going to affect the UI, and maybe if you could deploy it somewhere in any free hosting provider, let's say Netlify or on, give some preview link so that it will make the PR reviewers life easier, right? And explain all your changes in PR description. So basically, what you have done, why you have done, because it's just by looking at the code, it's very difficult to actually review, right? I mean, what changes and what was your thought process. So then comes the documenting your code, right? So I think one thing that to note is that whenever you are writing code for open source, think of your code quality as well. So write your code like you speak, right? So I think the better code is one which just by looking at the code I can understand the whole code, right? Meaning that your functions variables should be named properly, you should be following the lint rules which is specified by that particular project, you should be following the code standard of that particular thing. Let's say if you are using JSDoc, if you should use JSDoc. If you are using ESLint, so you should follow that, because I mean that's a good idea, because otherwise maintainer will come and they will comment that okay, add JSDoc, comments are missing, it should be encapsulated in a function, you can put it in the utils, why to put it in the main file. So all those mistakes you should not make. So just by looking at the code directory structure and the coding practices and standard, you will come to know that what's the expectations from the maintainer. So I think that is something that while making the pull request, we should actually keep in mind, right, that code quality matters a lot, because if you don't follow the code quality at the first place, it will delay your PR, right? So I mean, there will be multiple reviews and you have to go around in number of reviews, and you might even end up that your PR might get declined if they think that you are not actually making up to their expectations. So I think that is one thing which I wanted to share. But I think other things we already have covered.
Yeah, thank you so much for raising those points. And it's really great to also understand the perspective from everyone regarding how can new contributors get started and some of the best practices that one should maintain. So I would like to probably just take this time to also, first of all, ask the audience who is tuning in live right now to also ask you questions. We'll be very soon picking up the Q&A section as well. But would just love to know from each one of you what your respective communities are doing specifically for new contributors. What's the kind of process like, and especially for Hacktoberfest, or what are the different kind of initiatives that all of you are taking up to promote open source? Would love to know. Starting off with Ankit.
Yeah, sure. So one thing is that Wikimedia Foundation doesn't really have any Hacktoberfest specific events. So like you won't really find repos that will get you those PRs or anything of that sort, sadly. But like we are doing new things all the time. So like we have our Wikimedia Foundation's outreach team. So basically Shishti, basically my team lead, who's basically responsible for just kind of bringing new maintainers and all of that stuff. So just to talk about from my perspective, or basically how Wikimedia works is like we have specialized documentation for new developers. So I'll just drop you the link to that in a bit. Apart from that, what I basically want to talk about is, for example, how do I handle it at Polygon, right? So like a lot of people will probably not know this, but a lot of the code that we write at Polygon is open source. And the reason we do that is because when you're building on blockchain, like you really wanted all of it to be existing for other people to see, because so to say, like blockchain is money. So if you are going to trust someone with money, the obviously easiest way would be to, you can see the code, you decide what you want to do or not. And so like the point about blockchain is that it's about transparency, it's about openness. And if you're looking to get started in a space that is not Web 2, feel free to come to Web 3. I don't know, like you might think I'm biased because obviously I work at Polygon. Obviously, crypto is the new big thing, right? Like, but I don't think I don't think of it like that at all. I think what's most important is for you to find something that you actually want to work on. And for me, that was blockchain after a long time. But for you, that might be maybe a package in Julia. Like there's really so many different things. I think as Oleg was saying, right, there's like just too many things for you to contribute to. What really matters is what you want to do and what you want to write code in. And again, like it doesn't need to be code. It can be blog posts. Like Harsh, probably like one of the most prolific blog post writers I've seen. I have no idea how he does it. Like if you ask me, I wrote like one blog for 2 weeks, so like two blog posts, and then I just gave up for a month. So some people can do it, some can't, and that's the magic of open source, right? Like there's just so much to do, and you have so many options that there is really no compulsion for you to just pick one and go with it. So like now when we're coming to Hacktober Fest specific events, I feel that we kind of take this thing too far. So like I all of us probably here know that like open source is great, but if the open source happens only during Hacktoberfest, maybe you're not going about it the right way. So what's important is that you care about the spirit of open source and you care about what Hacktoberfest is about, which is open source. Um, just keep that in mind. And as Oleg was saying, like just do what the right thing is. Don't need there's no need to spam PRs. Come on, man. People are gonna get to you. Don't worry about it. There's always things to do. Don't worry about it. That's what I have to say about it.
Absolutely, such amazing points, Ankit, regarding the main spirit of Hacktoberfest. And it's not Hacktoberfest itself; it's open source, because you can
Exactly.
start contributing to open source not only in October but throughout the year at any point of time. But of course, I mean, the initiative is more to just get people know about, and we do see it's really great that we do see a lot of new contributors coming in during this time. But yes, like
Exactly.
as being practitioners for open source, we need to direct them in the right direction of open source and not Hacktoberfest. So
Exactly.
definitely, yeah, definitely a lot of valid points. Harsh, would you want to go next?
Sure. So right now I'm associated with three open source communities. So let me first start with my full-time job itself. So I'm working at Quantsite Labs, and Quantsite Labs is basically the open source research division of Quantsite AI. So if you are a data science practitioner or a machine learning engineer, then perhaps you will find a lot of people from some of the big libraries and packages like NumPy, SciPy, all of them at Quantsite itself. So right now we are trying to migrate the entire build system of SciPy from setup tools to Meson. So I don't know how many of you are following this, but the setup tools will be deprecated in the upcoming Python versions. And this is why we want to move to a new build system. So we have very few options here. The one is CMake, which is quite popular with C++ based projects. And the other one is Meson. And right now we are using Meson to migrate the entire build system. So I will be sharing one of the blogs here, which has been written by Ralph Gomers. He's one of the maintainers of SciPy and one of the most prolific mentors you will find in the Python open source community. And I've been working with him for the past 3 months now on basically creating an entire CI matrix on GitHub Actions for the new Meson build system. So some of the few nits and grits have been done, but we are still looking for new people who can help us out with some specific GitHub action workflows and more of that. So feel free to reach out to us on the SciPy repository itself, but don't reach out on the specific main repository. Instead, there is a specific fork which is being uh, run by Raj himself. So I'm just dropping the link here and it will be shared on the YouTube live chat. So you will be able to see that whatever we are doing, it is on a particular Meson branch, and you can see what work we are doing right there. So right now we have reduced the whole build time by almost 4 times. So it is one of the best things that will be coming out of the PyData community. For my GSOC org, Metacall, we are not doing a lot of things. I guess our maintainer is not very familiar with Hacktoberfest itself, but we still have a few projects up in the pipeline. So Metacall is pretty much compatible only with Linux as of now, while Docker-based distributions are available from Mac and Windows. But we are trying to create a distributable for Windows as well. So I will just drop the link from Metacall itself, and you can have a look over all of the active projects. So Metacall core itself is a very big project. It has been developed over the past 4 years. And right now, it only supports a handful of languages like C Sharp, Python, JavaScript, Ruby, and all of that. So we would need some support for Rust. Ankit, please take note. And then we have got the support for Java as well, which is upcoming, Golang, TypeScript, and more of that. And we are also trying to create an open source version of our FAST. So for people who are familiar with tools like Azure Functions or AWS Lambda, Metacall has created its own version of the same. And it basically provides its own protocol, which is much different from HTTPS or gRPC, and it is almost 15 to 30 times faster. So we are trying to create an open source version of it, so you can contribute to that as well. And Mojo Global is participating in Hacktoberfest. I guess I have shared the repository for that beforehand. So we have like 3 to 4 projects: community website, Flint UI, the Mojo Global docs. We are not taking in any contributions for the actual Flint project itself, which is an MRV that was developed in association with the Kenyan government, the Mullion Group, which is in Australia, and the Natural Resources Canada, because we still have a release coming on that, and we are taking only the contributions from the core maintainers. But we would be more than happy to have your contributions on the other sub projects that are basically creating the whole Mojo Global community itself. If you go to a particular GSOT repo, you will find a proposal from me, and we are basically taking up volunteers for our documentation working group. So if you're interested in documentation, web development, outreach, evangelism part, so you can just fill up that form and we will just add you to our bi-weekly meetings, and we will have fun rolling out from there.
Thank you so much, Harsh. A lot of great information about Mojo Global, Metacall, and the other orgs like SkyPy. Thank you so much. Oleg, would you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. For getting started and for contributing, many projects have permanent onboarding links, not just for Oktoberfest, but for any time of the year. So, for example, in Jenkins, we have invested a lot in contributing guidelines, and there is a page, jenkins.io/participate. So I shared the link, and it documents various types of collaboration. So our idea was that it would be a page which everyone can navigate quickly and find a place to contribute, because Jenkins is a huge project. And in the beginning, somebody mentioned that do not start from big projects. It's a valid point in general case, but at the same time, big projects have a lot of sub projects, and by providing good documentation, they could advise people to join sub community so they can start really in the big project. And we have invested a lot to help contributors. And for example, if you navigate to this page, we also have a Gitter chat for specifically for newcomers. So everyone is welcome to join and just ask questions. And recently we also started Discourse, which you can also join and ask any questions along this mailing list. So in the community, we use these resources to streamline onboarding of newcomer contributors. And it actually helps a lot. And yeah, as always, we invite newcomer contributors to also contribute to onboarding guidelines, because we as experienced contributors do not see many issues others may experience. So if you go through these guidelines in Jenkins or in any other projects, if you see any obstacle, any impediment, please submit an issue, because it will be available information. And if you see how to improve it, just submit a pull request. It will also help a lot. That's what I wanted to mention. And yeah, if you navigate to other pages, for example, in almost all Linux Foundation projects, having such participation and contributing guidelines and onboarding guidelines is a mandatory requirement for the certification. So for many major projects like Kubernetes, OpenTelemetry, Jenkins, whatever, almost everywhere you will find such materials. And I guess any big community investors is better a lot.
Yeah, thank you so much, Oleg. Yeah, because like it's really important that when you're contributing to a lot of these large projects, like Jenkins is quite large, that you follow the right kind of rule sets. And I think you had also shared about the Hacktoberfest specific event that is being organized by Jenkins. So if you want to speak about that.
Yeah, sure. We had one event yesterday. So there was a first online meetup where we basically introduced Jenkins and some of our featured projects. So in Jenkins, we offer everyone to participate everywhere, but we also provide a few featured areas on our website, because we have a roadmap in the project and we would like to facilitate particular items. So, for example, documentation improvements, particular projects like Jenkins File Runner, or static analysis at the moment. So for these projects, we basically created additional description, additional documentation. We created newcomer-friendly issues, and we listed on our website. And we also invited maintainers of these particular areas to present and to provide some initial guidelines. So this is what we've done yesterday, and we will keep doing it during Oktoberfest. So if you're interested, there is Jenkins Online meetup, and there will be publishing links to events we organize. And yeah, I believe that we will also try additional channels this time, for example, Twitter Spaces and other channels like that, because they have proved to be very efficient. So stay tuned for additional announcements.
Yep. Thank you so much, Alec. Then Santosh, if you want to go next.
Yeah. So me and my co-founder who is Lars, and actually he's also one of the GitHub star from Denmark. So we have already actually we started it this year something called This Is Learning, which is like open source. We have a lot of we are trying to promote the open learning, and the resources should be free. So we already have some repositories. I was just trying to get him on board to actually open those repositories for Oktoberfest. So as we mentioned, right, Oktoberfest or open source is just not about writing code. So in case you want to actually improve the resources which we have a lot of repository for RxJS, NGRX, Angular. So in case you want to actually write some topic, you can choose it from the GitHub itself. I'll share it because right now it's not part of Oktoberfest. I have to go ahead and add the label. So that's what we are doing as I already mentioned on Twitter that I won't be participating personally, but I'll be helping others. So in case you need any help, let me know. I'll be part of multiple talks as well. I mean, I'm here. Shiva invited me here, so I'll be a part of few more discussions which will be happening across the Oktoberfest, and at the around 22nd, between 22nd and 24th, I think we are also having DevFest India. So I think that's it. That is something also you should look out for. We will be having a lot of talks and a lot of initiatives there as well. So yeah, that's it.
Right, and finally, Vineet.
Hey, so from Postman, I mean, students have an opportunity to actually join our Hacktoberfest event. So I guess I have already shared the link on chat. So you can follow the blog by Andrea. Andrea is basically students community manager for Postman, and she will, I think her blog walks you through how you can actually complete your Hacktoberfest challenge with Postman. Other than that, I think Postman is actually part of GSOP as well, and we have a few projects there that you can check on our organization. So I work as a mentor there, and I maintain one project called Async API Diff, which is again, as you might be knowing that Async API is now part of Postman. So Async API community is also accepting a lot of contributions from newcomers and newbies out there. So maybe people will be interested in checking out Async API organization as well as the Postman organization, and do check out the blog which I have shared for Postman guideline to be part of Oktoberfest. I think that's it from mine. But I think for Postman, I think you might be knowing that Postman itself is started as an open source project back in 2012, if I'm not wrong. So I think we actually in our org, like, we respect open source, we follow open source, and we always try to make GitHub a better place to be.
Yeah, thank you so much, Vineet. And yeah, like Vineet has also opened up a really great initiative for connecting mentors at Hacktoberfest with mentees. So you can definitely also check that out. So yeah, thank you so much, Vineet. Yeah, I think that sort of covers most of the points that I wanted to have, but we can probably just take a few of the questions that people have been asking in the comment section. So the first question that we have is by Sushant, who asks, can you please provide some efficient way of how can we work around managing college and open source at the same time? And probably, I mean, I would like to add on to this is that for working professionals who want to contribute, how can they spend their time with their regular jobs and also contributing to open source? So, I mean, specifically for college students, I would like to, ask Ankit and, Harsh, because Harsh is still in college and Ankit just graduated this year, I guess. So if probably Ankit and Harsh, if we can start off with college specifically.
All right. Sure. Like, so right now, like I've been full time for like 2 months and interning. So like I was interning while in college. So that's when I started off, I think, in March, right? And I think one of the biggest things that you need to understand about open source is you can look at it as a side job, right? It doesn't need to be the primary thing that you invest your time into every day. Now, it's perfectly amazing that if you want to do that, right? But it's not a necessity for to do that. For example, like obviously I couldn't, right? Because like if you're interning and you're in college, there's no way that you're going to be able to commit 20 hours a week or 30 hours a week to open source. Um, so what I suggest and the way that I generally want to contribute to open source, and like I'll tell you the reason at the end, is that generally what I do is I contribute to packages that I already use. So like very recently, like I just raised an issue with Grant, which is basically an OAuth package. And I knew exactly what there needed to be done. So I just kind of made a description. I just wrote everything in the issue. And the maintainer, since the maintainer is already active, they just picked whatever I wrote in the PR and just committed that, right? So it doesn't even need to be code. It can be just a solution to a particular problem. And even that can be an open source contribution. And so another thing that the reason I'm telling you to kind of not invest all your time into it is that open source burnout is a real thing, right? So like this is something that I had to deal with in the past, where I was much more active in the open source and I was trying to go at it with different ways. So like back in the days when I was practicing DSA, and if you're doing DSA, it just takes up way too much of your time. Also, I hate DSA, so that's probably why it takes so much time. But if you're doing like DSA, if you're doing college, if you're doing hackathons all at the same time, then chances are you're going to have burnout. So what I suggest is to maybe devote half an hour to it, maybe devote 1 hour to it. But if you invest more than what you can afford to give, you're going to have burnout. So especially if you're in college or a working professional, it's important to recognize the privilege that open source gives you and the fact that you have something to work on, but also understand that helping others can only be done in situation where you actually can afford that. If you do not have the time or you do not have the mental capacity to do that, just take some time off, cool off, and then come back to contributing. That's what I would suggest.
Yeah, makes a lot of
I
sense because yeah,
yeah.
go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I completely agree with whatever Ankit said, and I'm perhaps a bad person to take an advice from because I rarely attend my college classes, and it has been almost a year and a half since I attended any class. So I won't advise much on that, but I will just add one more point. If you're contributing to open source, try to understand the impact that you're creating. So in open source communities, we have got two sort of impact. The first one is the additive impact. So if I'm writing some code, some documentation, some fixes, some features, what I'm essentially doing is trying to create an additive impact. It can be measured, it can be taken care of, and I can perhaps show that on my blog or on my slides and whatever. Multiplicative impact is all about helping out the new contributors getting started up. So what Vinit is doing, what Santosh is doing, what Oleg is doing, they're trying to create a lot of multiplicative impact. They're mentoring new individuals, they're bringing them on board, they're having them contribute, and in turn, they are doing sort of an additive impact. So even if you are getting burnt out by the whole open source stuff, there were some situations where I had to review more than 20 to 30 pull requests on a single day. So that was a specific burnout for me. So try to take some of the time off and try to find out the ways in which you can create a multiplicative impact. So mentor new people, help them out with their issues, and see if they can actually do some good in a particular open source community. And that would be all cool. Over to you, Shivai.
Thank you so much for pointing that out. And like yeah, I mean the burnout is definitely a real cause of concern that can actually take place, and it's completely fine to experience that. But yes, the end result is that you have to sort of find the balance between your college studies and your contributions that you're making either to open source or any other kind of initiatives that you're doing. Just do it till the time that you can actually handle that work, and don't let it overburden or overstress you. So definitely a lot of great valid points. But would also now love to know from Oleg, Santosh, and Vineet, probably
Yeah.
to
So
the other part of it. It could either be with college as well, but also if you're a working professional, how can you spend time
so I
contributing to
think
open source?
like I'll go first. Yeah. So I want to make one point here, right? So as a student, everyone makes a mistake. I too made the same mistake, right? So like open source world, Twitter, LinkedIn are all quite fascinates us. People are doing a lot of things out there, and we directly jump there, right? We started following tutorials and undo, and we always leave our fundamentals, and that costs you a lot in your career, right? So I think I one thing which I want to say is that before becoming a software developer, try to become a software engineer first, right? And software engineer is one who knows the fundamentals of computer, right? Be it operating system, computer networks, databases, or data stores. And it's really important to understand these, right? Because once you work at scale, then you'll realize. I mean, when I started working with Postman, and when I had to write code which can be scaled for 10 million user, 15 million user, then I realized like how like fundamental concept is coming into the picture. Because see, like Facebook will never hire you to use React, right? They will hire you to build software designs, right? So I think that's the thing you have to understand that like before actually learning cool stuff like React or Angular, maybe machine learning or what, first understand the basics. That's really important, right? You know how to use Node.js, but Node.js organization will never hire you, right? Because Node.js itself is built on top of C++. The underlying principle is always the same. That revolves, for network calls or for file management. They are using C++, meaning that you have to understand the fundamentals. So I think for any bigger organization, for any bigger project, if you think that DS is not coming into your picture and DS is not helping you, meaning that the code that you are writing is not scalable, not maintainable. That's what my personal experience. But I think I would love to hear from others here. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely a really valid point regarding being clear of the fundamentals. Because, of course, even if you are working on some kind of a project, you'll still use some kind of a use case of, like, for example, if you're contributing to CNCF related projects, you would require networking based concepts because a lot of it is related to open telemetry, like Oleg mentioned. Yeah, definitely a really great point. Oleg, would you want to go next?
Mm. I definitely support the idea that a good foundation is needed for open source work, like for many engineering work. At the same time, contributing to open source is one of the great ways to improve your skills, whether it's your direct work responsibility or not. Because yeah, in open source you can follow your passion. You can be a full-time software engineer, but you like designing things, artwork. Okay, you can do it for open source. Or maybe you could organize meetups, talk to people, or opposite, whatever you do at work. If you want to practice coding, contributing to open source is also a great opportunity because you can find mentors, you can find good documentation, you can find tutorials, and you can find reviewers, which is one of the most valuable things, and which is not always available. For example, if you study in university, you rarely get a code review for your course project, right? It's either the works and you passed, or it doesn't work and you're passed anyway, or something like that. So in open source, you actually get a lot of opportunities to study, and for me, this is one of the biggest advantage because yeah, some people contribute to open source because it's their passion, but it's not necessary. And it's not the case for the 99% of contributors. They contribute either to study, to build their portfolio, to deliver on their work responsibilities, or etc., etc. There is a good talk from Fosdam about how to be a selfish contributor or something like that. I can find a link. And it might sound terrible, but it's actually a really great talk. And don't forget that whatever you do, whether it's contribution or work, it should contribute to your own personal or career goals. And open source is a great instrument for that and a great venue for that.
Yeah, actually, I just saw a tweet which says upskilling is your responsibility, and that's what I believe in. And as a working professional, of course, you have to upskill yourself. And open source is one of the best way. Actually, that was the reason actually I started contributing to Angular. That of course I'm upskilling myself, but I'm also helping others, right? So do that. I mean, in case as I mentioned, when you don't write a code, that's absolutely fine. Raising bugs or raising feature requests, that's also contribution. So get involved into the open source. It will of course help you, but also other point which I agree to, which Ankit and Harsh already mentioned, burnout, right? So make sure that you're not doing it doing it like every time. I had multiple burnouts like in last 2 to 2 years. So I mean, give yourselves enough time to actually take some rest, focus on your health as well. Otherwise, of course, if you just keep doing it, at one point of time, you will just feel like, okay, I don't want to do it anymore, right? So do that as well. Take care of yourself as well.
And as we're coming to an end, I think we have a couple of other quite common questions. And one is, do I need to be a computer science engineer to contribute to open source? Probably a lot of times we see this happening, and I see a lot of smiling faces. So we can go, if anyone wants to pick up this answer, pick up this question.
I can start. I am not a software engineer. Actually, I have higher education in hardware and in economics. And well, I had some software development courses, but yeah, the most of my industry software development is actually self-education. And open source has been one of the engines for my continued self-education in the recent years.
Just to add, I mean, I'm a CS graduate, but I don't think so. My CS degree actually helped me to get a great job, or even gave me enough knowledge so I can start coding. I learned coding by myself. It's I'm a self-taught developer. It's not like college helped me or something. So I don't believe in that. Now, the good thing about my generation and current generation is you have a lot of resources, free resources, which is available. Even in my days, actually, there were books available, but I couldn't afford it, right? I mean, they were like really costly. I was hardly able to pay for my own education, so it was just out of scope. But now the good thing is, even though you don't have money, it's absolutely fine. You have access to internet everywhere. So go to YouTube. Free Code Camp is doing amazing thing to make learning feasible for everyone. So utilize those. You don't have to get a degree. I don't believe in it.
So I think Shiva knows this, but I'm from DU, right? So I mean, okay, so like I'm going to be honest with you. College taught me nothing. Okay, like if I had to give you the exact amount of things I learned in college, it will be exactly 0 things. And the real reason I learned things is that after my first semester, I started doing hackathons. Um, Interestingly, I knew about Shiva then, but never got to participate with him. I was still got to know about him, and I think then we participated a couple of years later. And I think hackathons is literally what brought me to software development. So if you are starting off right now, um, and I think a lot of people are going to hate me for this, don't do DSA first. Just do a bit of software development, because like I'm just being honest. But once you have the knack of wanting to write software, you're going to manage DSA just fine. That's what I feel, at least.
Harsh, would also love to know your take on it.
Yes. So actually, my mentor, he's actually a PhD in neurophysics. So he barely did any programming until his PhD. So when he reached his PhD, he started writing some MATLAB code. And that is when he came to know that, yes, we can do a lot of the things from here. And after that, he worked as a data scientist at a few companies, and now he's at QuantSight. So you don't need a CS degree. I'm not being radical like Ankit, saying that my college did not teach me anything. I learned some basic skills, which I'm quite thankful and I'm grateful for. But again, most of the heavy loading part you have to do outside of the college. So my journey was pretty same: hackathons, open source. I remember I was sitting in my library back in 2019, and my senior introduced open source to me. And I still remember that day I got started with open source. So college has a lot of negative things, but it has some positive aspects. So if you are in an environment, just be grateful about the same and try to utilize it to your maximum.
And Vineet, would you also want to probably take? I think you had dropped out at that point of time, but the question commonly that we're getting a lot of times were that can non-CS students can also contribute to open source.
Yeah, I think even not non-CS, but even people from the different domain, right? Let's say from journalism or from editorial, from marketing, they can also contribute. So I think the one of the GitHubs, the open space, I think one of the, I think when I actually got nominated as a GitHub star, I think there was one question that GitHub PMs asked us. Santosh can actually relate to that. That like once you become GitHub star, what will be your major contribution, right? So I think my answer was that to that open source should be for everyone. So it shouldn't be only for the techies. So I think I believe uh, everyone's is somehow related to some sort of open source ecosystem. Maybe they are using some tool, some library which is open source, right? Let's say YouTubers, they are using OBS. So that's what my take is there. So I think not even engineering, but from different domain, everyone can do open source. So that's why we call it open source, right? It's open for everyone.
Absolutely. And I think Harsh, you want to speak? Sorry.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add a real life example on Vinny's statement. So I was associated with an org called Blockchain Commons. It was at a time when I was totally inspired by Ankit's work and I wanted to try some blockchain. Unfortunately, that did not go really well. So it is an open source community that works on blockchain infrastructure. And the fun part was some of my co-interns were actually journalism students, and they were basically working on those specific content that could help the human rights activists to better utilize blockchain and Bitcoin. So that is just an example that I wanted to convey. So no matter what background you are from, even if you're a public speaker, even if you're really good with content, you can still contribute to open source. There are some technical parts around it like Git and all of that, but I guess everyone can manage the same.
Absolutely. And we did speak about the non-code contributions that you can make. And a lot of people who might be in streaming media, they can actually help out in, making these live streams that we are doing right now, and making, like non-code specific documentation, community evangelism side of things, several things, right? A lot of people, because I have been a part of a lot of different Twitter spaces, and I've seen a lot of people. So we have Danny Thompson. A lot of you might be knowing him. He was a chef for probably close to 10-15 years before being a software engineer, and then being a working at Google as a developer advocate. And some people are coming in from wide variety of different areas like scuba diving. So one thing that I like to correlate is that when it comes to software engineering, if you have a knack for problem solving, you can very easily gain a lot of concepts of software development and actually become one. Because if I were to now think of about becoming a doctor at this point of time in my life, it would probably take me a good 10-15 years to just do that. But with software development, it will not take you that much amount of time. You can become a web developer in a matter of 6 months time if you just have that design aspects in your mind and you like to solve problems. And that is why software development, or even like hardware, all these are very sort of open for contributions, for even for beginners as well. Because probably as compared to someone becoming a doctor, it's much more easier. And probably someone might not accept this kind of a conversation, but I feel that it's definitely a much more open area to sort of look into and dive into at a much more quicker pace as someone becoming a constructor or a doctor.
So, Shiva, I think this might be off topic, but I want to add a few points there, right? So, I think
Yeah.
as a software engineer, the one responsibility that all of us has to, make it easier to, onboard people to take, right? So, for example, when WordPress came, right, all the bloggers, it's very easy to set up the blog, right? They do not need to learn React or HTML or web. They can go there and create. So in the similar fashion, even GitHub, right? GitHub provides you tooling, right? GitHub desktop is there. You need not to learn the terminology like how to use Git bash or Git commands. You can do it via UI. So I think this approach, right? So basically, lesser code, right? We everyone is striving to enable workflows where you have to write very less code. Even GitHub Copilot come into the picture, right? So they are like others who are not very good at coding, they can even write efficient code just using GitHub Copilot. Another example would be there are a lot of website builders already there, right? You just have to drag and drop your website, complete website is ready. So because I think software engineering needs more of creativity now, right? So I mean, we as a software engineer, we can develop the tools, because if you see, like recently in Postman we launched flows, right? So you can basically automate the whole API workflow just by drag and drop. And now to produce your API, you need not to be an engineer or backend engineer or full stack engineer. If you are a person with some idea, some creative idea to create some sort of API, you just have to drag and drop and your API will be ready to deploy, right? To get deployed, and you can share it with your consumers. So I think even Microsoft has recently worked on a project where you have to just draw the even GPT-3, that those things that you draw something, put it there, and it will convert HTML, CSS for you. Same goes for Figma, right? You design the UI and you can export as a complete HTML, CSS, JSTOR. So I think these things are there. So basically, in near future, I see that there will be a lot of toolings which will make things easier, like automation and all these things are coming into the picture.
And I think one really important question that I was going through the comment section was by Vedika, that she was trying to contribute to these DSA repositories in Hacktoberfest. And I'd like to probably point out this is that a lot of times, especially with what happened during the last few years, Hacktoberfest has really, the team at DigitalOcean has kept really strict guidelines when it comes to, and a lot of times you see these kind of spammy repositories which invite you to just make some quick easy pull requests and get. So you can actually report such kind of repositories if you do come across such kind of repositories, because again, what I feel is that they take out the main essence of being able to make quality contributions. So specifically, if you're trying to find out such kind of repositories, don't go for like these kind of repositories which just you will they tell you, okay, like you can contribute any kind of simple. It's not wrong, but at the same time it's taking away from the spirit of making quality contributions. So this question now sort of is for everyone: how can you find a repository which might be valid and which will help you make quality contributions? So we can probably take this up as a question.
So like this is gonna be, I don't know how funny with this will be to you guys, but I got my first Hacktoberfest t-shirt last year. Like I didn't know that Hacktoberfest was a thing until last year, which is very interesting because I would have assumed that I would know it before then, but somehow I didn't. So like one thing that I basically spoke about before, and I want to kind of emphasize again, is that like don't equate Hacktoberfest to open source or the other way around. You just have to understand that open source is a principle, right? That's basically what it is about. You believe in the fact that software should be free and the fact that software should be open to everyone, transparency, full transparency, right? That's basically the message that you want to send across. And I feel that if you're doing a DSA repo, fine, maybe it's fine that it's a DSA repo, but I don't feel that it's really fulfilling a need in the world where other people would want to use it, right? Like what do you hope will come of it? That Code Chef will have another challenge that will possibly have a question in that DSA repo. You think that's the best outcome that can have? I just feel like if you have time to contribute to a DSA repo, you have time to contribute to something that actually matters. And this could be anything. This could be going to Postman's documentation, finding a typo, making a pull request for that. Much appreciated. Maybe when you're so one thing that we have been trying at Wikimedia is to kind of improve onboarding for new users, because as I explained before, internal tooling means there's kind of additional hindrances than what you would usually expect. So we really want to focus on making new documentation. So like that's like GSOT, just do GSOT. You don't even need to write code. You need to be someone who is just good at technical writing, and we will be glad to have you. So if you're new to open source, always ask questions. Just get into it, dig around. Don't expect spoon feeding, but always ask questions. That's what I would say.
Absolutely. And I think Oleg also wanted to share.
Yeah, so for Google repositories, there are actually a lot of highlighted issues, even on the Oktoberfest website. There are queries, but you can understand that the repository is good just based on the activity, the number of contributors. So if the repository is maintained by a few people, it might be good or might not be, but if there are hundreds and thousands of contributors who submit real pull requests, you will be able to confirm it just in a few minutes by browsing pages. If you see that the repository has contributing guidelines, if you see that the project has clear roadmap, then it's definitely an active project, and you can start from that. Another approach is, of course, looking for tools that you actually use. Everyone uses a lot of open source tools these days. The most of developer chain, almost all compilers, and many other things. They're open source. And if you use them, then you can explore the community. And if it's active, why not contributing there?
Like finding the tools that you use and being able to contribute to them. Yeah, absolutely. Anyone else?
Yes, so I can put out my perspective about that. So the main reason why people contribute to a lot of DSA-based projects is because it has a much lower bar of contribution criteria.
Yeah.
So you practically don't need to study any code base. There is no documentation. There is no existing CI tests or anything like that. You can just simply make a PR. Maybe there would be a maintainer that would act as a human linter. They will point out some of the issues with your code, maybe some style fixes and all of that, and your PR is merged. As simple as that. So if you're very, very new to open source, it will be a very radical opinion, but you can actually contribute to a DSA-based project just to have an idea on how the whole contribution workflow looks like. So you will know how to create a branch, how to submit a PR, how to politely get all of the maintainers' requests merged, and then you can finally have your PR merged into the main code base. But once you have completed that initial barrier, you can start leveling up your skill set and you can start finding out some much more complex project. So you can try out with simple tools or libraries that you commonly use, or else you can try out building, like contributing to some larger projects if you feel that you're confident enough, and it would be all cool. So don't worry too much about finding some specific projects at first. If you're a beginner, just try out with the basic ones so that you can understand the workflow. But specifically for Hacktoberfest, don't try to contribute to DSA based projects. It can be really a platform for you to find out the big project or the big community that you want to work with and possibly make an impact with the same. So just leverage this particular mentorship and the guidance that the maintainers are providing you, and you will be doing great.
So I think one last thing, as a beginner, as I think Hers very correctly pointed out, I would say one gap on GitHub that you can actually take leverage on this Hacktoberfest is that a lot of projects doesn't have GitHub action setup for them, right? Let's say auto merging PR, or maybe adding auto labels, or adding default PR reviewers, and having some sort of rules. Let's say before merging the PR, it should ideally be actually reviewed by 3 people. All sort of workflows that you can write a GitHub action, and you can raise these pull requests to popular organizations repository, and because I think learning GitHub action will not take you more than 4 hours, right? I think you watch some video, you will understand how does the GitHub action works, and then you can write a GitHub action for some popular organization and popular repository. So that would be really great. Like as a maintainer, I think in one of my npm library, I have received, I guess, 1.9k pull requests so far, and now I'm looking for a contribution that if someone could write a GitHub action for me, which can basically resolve the conflicts at the same time merge all the PRs, right? So it's basically appending a codes JSON, right? So it was a very old library of mine which basically generates codes. So I don't want to mess up because it's being used by a lot of people, and it will break for them if I manually run some bot to merge that. So I think such things are already there in a lot of organizations, so you can take leverage of that. And a lot of good projects doesn't have ESE setup. A lot of good project doesn't have JS docs. They do not have proper documentation. So find those loopholes, find those gaps in popular organizations. And then, if you are from JavaScript, because my major tech stack is JavaScript, so you can look for the popular npm module. Go there and you'll definitely find some sort of loophole, whether it can be writing unit test or improving the docs, or maybe writing actions to automate some workflow. You can start a discussion with the maintainer, sharing your ideas that you want to write a GitHub action which can do so and so forth, and then you should be good to go.
I mean, so I think the main reason why Hacktoberfest was started to actually get you started with open source, right? So remember that in case you are already an experienced developer and you are doing for just t-shirts, actually then you don't understand the open source, right? Then you are just doing it for a t-shirt, and which doesn't make sense. So in case you're already experienced developer, don't reduce the just don't fall at the another level. Just keep the bar high, right? In case you already know open source, I mean, just try to actually raise a pull request which makes some sense, right? Which adds some value. Just don't go for some repositories which just gives you opportunity to earn t-shirts.
I think a few other questions on whether should we start with C++ in DSA. So I mean, you can really just start off with any particular language that you're comfortable with, because you can really solve a lot of questions, and I guess everyone would sort of agree with that fact. And I guess some of the other questions were regarding can open source help you in landing jobs? And I think everyone would agree that it is a really great way, because a lot of companies are today, accepting. But so any really quick point by anyone, like if you have experienced that yourself, like one liner, if everyone can probably just share their experiences in this particular question, because a lot of people, especially working professionals also might be interested to know about this.
So like I'll keep it short. So like just from my Polygon interview, basically my team lead asked me to talk about my projects, right? And literally all of my projects were open source. So I just had like a good 5-10 minutes chatting about him with it, showing like walking through the code base with him, showing him how it works. So in my real life experience, or in this case you can call it anecdotal evidence, right? It really helped me a lot. Now the point is, a lot of companies will probably not want that. Maybe they only care about DSA. But what I feel is that if you're doing open source, you're actually strengthening your software development skills, and you're also learning to kind of adapt to how other code bases works, both of which are super important skills whenever you're trying to land jobs. And what I would suggest, I mean, this is a radical opinion, but if you are targeting jobs that do not require DSA, or basically jobs that won't whiteboard you, then yes, I would say that working on open source and basically having projects to show off is a must. And if you're like me and you don't want whiteboarding interviews, don't do them.
Yeah, I mean, so I got involved in open source after 11 years. So I started my career back in 2008, and I remember, I know the kind of pain I had to go every time I was looking for a new job. Open source actually made it easier for me because now the table have turned. I mean, I have seen people who wants to work with me rather than actually I'm applying for job. Job is actually coming to me. So that's the change actually open source has made in my life. Of course, you can do that as well.
I think plus one to Santosh's point. So even I guess a lot of company reached out to me offering a job just by looking at the GitHub profile and all. So I think once you start doing, I mean that's like a portfolio for you. I mean GitHub is the best place to build your digital footprint as a developer. So you put your work there, and it's like authenticity of your work. Like in your resume, you can write anything and that I have built something and what's the proof. But if you put it on GitHub, anyone can actually find that the green dots there and your contributions there, your engagement there tells a lot about what kind of person you are in terms of tech skills. So that's the one of the, I think anyone who is doing open source, one thing to be sure about is that he is a very collaborative person, right? And I think every organization is looking for someone who can collaborate with them.
It's also worth mentioning that open source can also become a career because, as a developer, you can contribute to open source, but there are so many positions solely focused on open source, not just software engineers. There are many developer advocate, community manager roles, program managers, product managers, etc., etc. And actually, by contributing to open source, by working with communities, you get not only not only hard skills, but soft skills for these kinds of high-level roles. And in the future, it will help you a lot because there is like when you talk about a maintainer, it means that maintainer is also project manager, product manager, scrum master, etc., for this his small project. And actually, it's a quite good experience basis if you want to switch to management, not necessarily people management, but also technical management positions in your company, in your next companies.
From my side, even my current job is completely open source. So I remember I participated with Ankit in MLH fellowship, and the projects that I developed there, like it really fetched me almost 3 internships plus one full-time job. So open source is really great, and it basically shows a proof of concept that you actually have the projects and you actually have the skill set to contribute and learn. So from a fresher's perspective, I will be graduating next year. So most of the companies are not really looking for that great development skills. They're looking for some core CSS skills and all of that. So we are just putting a cherry on the cake through open source. So just be as it is.
Yeah, I mean, really valid points, and definitely, as Vineet and everyone mentioned, it's a digital footprint for you. While you are sort of contributing, and it's like a digital footprint for you through which people can actually look at the kind of projects and contributions that you're making. So yeah, I mean, if anyone wants to share any particular points, feel free to do so.
So I think Oleg will also know this because he's on the org admin mailing list for GSOC. But basically, something very amazing happened, I think 1 month ago, when basically everyone is evacuating from Afghanistan. And like, this is what I feel that the power of open source really is, right? So basically, the open source community entirely came together and helped open source, like people working with open source, actively get out of Afghanistan. And we raised, like, I don't know how many euros, but it was a ton. And like even I donated a bit. And although like my part to play in it was very, very little, I'm glad that I did it. And I feel that is truly the power of open source, right? Where even something as small as writing a commit can essentially result in big things in real life. And so if you are someone who believes that open source can do something for you, or you believe that information itself should always be free and out in the open source is for you. That's what I think.
Yeah, last point. So right now we are kind of having a race in the open source itself. So there has been a lot of uproar that has been created in the YouTube community and the online social media and all of that. So I see that a lot of people who are essentially beginners, they are just having a fear of missing out in the open source. So I see some of them who have just started up with the basic programming itself, reaching out and saying, I want to start with open source. So don't let the whole open source race give you the fear of missing out on the whole thing. Open source is a constant process. Hacktoberfest will come every year. Google Summer of Code will come every year. Just embrace the learning process. Use it as a learning opportunity to make the best out of your career. So remember, the community members will still be with you. They will still be supporting you out throughout the entire process. So just make sure that you're contributing to open source once you have the confidence that you can actually create an impact in the community.
Absolutely. Such a really valid point regarding don't consider it to be a race just for the sake of it. Like others are doing it, we get this imposter syndrome and this fear of missing out syndrome. So try to first, work on yourself as on your skills and being able to work on some personal projects that you can look at and then go ahead. Yeah, definitely makes a lot of sense. Santosh and Vineet, anything from your end?
I mean, just want to add, as already Harsh mentioned, so don't make it a race. I mean, I've seen a lot of new people actually starting new communities. There are, believe me, there are a lot of existing communities where you can get involved and grow up rather than actually starting something new from scratch and rather than making it as competition.
I think I want to just say one thing that in open source, like never compare your first chapter with someone's last chapter. Right? If you check out Santosh's profile now, you'll be overwhelmed that he's doing so great. But you should not start comparing at that level. You should look for the Santosh's first contributions, right? Go and check out like the year he started contributing on GitHub. So I think those green dots shows your journey, and that should be that is a path. I mean, from where you are starting, and I literally get amazed by the people. Right, their first contribution is so great. I mean, the first thing which I put on GitHub was a calculator, and now people are putting full-fledged modern project on GitHub as their first contribution. So we are learning from you guys. So your first chapter is definitely better than at least mine. So that I can surely tell about that. So maybe like just follow your own path there. This is your profile. This is your green dot.
Yes, thank you so much everyone for tuning in.
Today I'll get started with building the same thing using Nest.js, which is a Node plus TypeScript framework, right? For the people who do not have the context, we're just joining in just to give you a little bit of idea. So we discussed this social media clone that we're going to be building. We just for fun we called it Moo, and the idea is it is going to be a lot like Twitter. There's going to be 240 character texts, and people can post, and then they can reshare the posts, and people can follow each other. But largely the main features that Twitter has, right? We have this URL that I'll just share with you people. If you're there, we'll do that. So we have discussed what data entities you would need. You need users, you need posts, notifications, hashtags, and we have done a little bit of basic database design as well. So we had already had a session where we did a database design session where we discussed what tables we will need. So the tables are detailed there, the columns and all, which columns would be there, or the data definition. So that part of the system design we had actually done. And we also have like a data diagram that I think Shubhadeep had posted there. Plus, what APIs we need, that also we had already discussed. So that's also sort of detailed there. This the we would have a get endpoint for user slash username to get a user, to get a user ID, to create a new user, to fetch the feed, fetch one particular post, then the hashtags. So a lot of those things are actually defined. So it's going to be very, very easy to get started with. In today's session, what we'll do is we will get started with a basic project structure, set up the database, set up the framework and all of that stuff. Okay. Plus, if you want to be involved in this project over the longer time, I mean, today we'll have a 1 hour, maybe 2 hours live stream where we build part of it and we'll continue to build it. We have, our Discord. So most of the discussion actually happens here. So this is the Scalar Discord. You can join on, you can go to discord.gg/scalar to join our Discord server. People who are not on this live stream and who don't know about Discord. So here there is a channel called Top Open Source, and on that we generally do all the discussion about our open source projects that we are working on. Okay. Let's get started. Actually, let's get started building it. So create a new folder and all. So feel free to ask me anything on the chat, anything that you couldn't understand. Anurag has asked why TypeScript. So these days most industry level applications, they are using bigger Node.js projects. They're moving to TypeScript because there is that type safety available, and it's a little easier to manage when you're having a bigger team and a bigger project. So that's why TypeScript is sort of preferred these days. Why Nest framework? We did a project, by the way. We just also have another project along with this going on, which is we're creating a URL shortener, and that uses Express. That uses Node.js and TypeScript only, but it uses Express, plain Express. So it does not use Nest as a framework. It's a more simpler project. The endpoints there actually are defined as well. So just URLs can be shortened, and then based on the short URL, it can be redirected to the long URL. So general use URL shortener kind of thing. This Twitter clone one, I believe it will turn out to be a little bigger project, and Nest provides a proper project structure, that there are clearly defined controllers and services and so on. And I'm going to be developing this as if I'm building my first Nest.js project. So I will try to build it like that. So you see the approach. Like I will be following the documentation out here. Just whatever I don't know, I'll look it up from here. So you will see what's the process. So like how do actually developers are working on new frameworks, how do they work? So I think to get started, I think we have to sort of install the Nest.js CLI. So I will do that. Right, and using the CLI, we will basically scaffold our first new project. That's essentially the idea. Okay. Just quickly checking the text size and everything. I hope is fine that you people can see. So let's see. So to build a new Nest project, apparently we have to do something like this: Nest new and project name. So I'll do like that: Nest new, and let's call it move backend node. We can call it Twitter backend node itself. That's also fine. So I'll go with npm as my package manager. And as I keep building it, what I will do is I'll just create a GitHub repository and upload it, and I'll just share that link on the chat with all of you people, so that as you're following the video, every little bit that I'm writing, I'll just keep committing it and pushing it there, so you should be able to see that. Prabhat, can you draw a parallel between some similar frameworks in other languages? So it's a lot like how Ruby on Rails works in SJS, I believe, and also like Django. So it's a more structured framework compared to something like Express, where we build the roots by hand and we create the any ORM we want to, we can use like that. So it's more constrained, more structured, which means that generally, like if you have two projects both written in Express, they might be very different in their project structure. But if you have two projects written in Nest.js, their project structures would be much similar to each other, because the way you do everything is more well defined. Okay. So Sayan has asked about scalability. Now, scalability, scalability really comes from the design of the project and not from the code of the project, right? There are smaller scalability things to keep in mind when we are working on it. We will discuss those things. So we'll put those things when we are coding that. But more of the larger scalability stuff actually we had done when we are discussing the system. So, for example, how the hashtags would be stored, we had done that discussion. And like I said, if you want to, stay connected and be part of more such discussions of our open source projects, we regularly have discussions on system design, database design, as well as we have sessions like these where we're going to be actually coding it live. So, be connected over our Discord server, discord.gg/scalar, that is. So some of the scalability side things like how to cache things and all are actually we discuss that, and that's incorporated in the database design, but we will discuss some of those things as we are coding it as well. Okay, so that's a project gotten created, and just okay, I'll just share the link of the GitHub repository as well. Okay, so just shared it on Discord and as well as shared it on the chat. There's the GitHub repository link. Please just open it, keep it open in parallel. As I keep coding it, I'll do small updates and commit it there so you can follow the code via that. Okay, so first things first, if I look at the project that has just been generated. So at this stage, the project that has been generated, it contains a few files already. There's an SRC folder. The SRC folder contains in the main.ts, which is how the app sort of starts. There is a bootstrap function which loads the app, and the app is going to listen on channel port 3000. To build or run this project, there are steps in the package.json file. So if you run build, it creates the project, right? So in fact, if I just do that, let me. So if I just run npm run build, right? It generates a project in the dist folder actually, right? So the project is written in TypeScript. It generates a JavaScript Node.js project out of that if I run build. To run the project, we can do npm run and there is start. So it's the normal start. But we can also run start :dev, which means it will watch my files and every time I make some changes, it will automatically change them. So if I do npm run start, that's generally for development purposes, you use start or start dev. Then if I go to basically, something like localhost 3000, as my app is actually running, it's just hello world. That's the only route that's defined. It's defined in the controller. So in the controller, it's defined that, there's a get hello function, which there's a service. So it's a little more complicated. So I will explain. So controllers define the routes, and if you have not defined any particular path, then it's going to respond on the slash path on every path. But if I say that this is the slash xxx path or something like hello path, right? In this case, what will happen is that if I open the normal path, I'll see I'm not getting anything. Sorry. Yeah, it started now. So if I go to the normal 3000 path, it says, cannot get like this. Okay. But if I go to slash hello, then the hello world path actually comes up. So the get annotation here, these kind of things are called annotation. Now, in plain JavaScript, Node.js, you might not have seen something like this, but if you have used something like Kotlin or Java, then you know what annotations are, and TypeScript annotations exist. So using annotation, we can actually tell which path it is for, and then this is the function. Now inside this function, we can actually return directly a string. We can return, hey there, something like this. Okay, right. So if we do this, in that case, that's what will get returned here. As you can see, it says hey there. But instead of doing that, what the code that is automatically generated by the project, it says this.appService.getHello. So what's this app service thing? It's basically our business logic, like what is supposed to be returned and all that logic is separated into services. Okay. So essentially, like how the app structure looks like is that whenever any request comes in, the request would be coming into a controller. The controllers would call a function inside a service class to actually run some logic and return from there. The service might in turn actually look into some repository for data. Repositories are to connect to your databases. Okay, that's the largely what the structure looks like. Okay. Now, let's say if I want to build some controllers here, how to do that? Let's just start with, okay, we know that we have to build this particular API, right? Let me just put separately here. Yeah, right. So we know that we have to build these APIs. We have to build a get users API, get user slash user ID APIs, post, patch, put these, for example, APIs we need to build. Okay. So for that, we'll need to make a controller for each of these APIs. And for the database stuff, we will have to create entities. Okay. So what I will do is I will first create the controllers, then I will create the entities, and then I will connect them using services between them. Okay. So let's create controllers first and see how that happens. And to build controllers, what do we need to do? So, this is what controllers do. Any HTTP request that comes, they basically hit a controller. That's the essence of a controller. How to create a controller using the CLI. So, there are apparently, so to quickly create a controller, we can use nest G resource, something like that is given. To build controllers, what we do is we add like this nest G is for generate. If you just write nest, it will tell you what kind of things you can use. Okay. You can generate controllers and how to generate a controller. It's an option, it's a name, all of that. So let's do that. We need a controller for users. Definitely need a controller for users. So nest G. Okay. If I just do that, it creates a users folder and it creates a user controller inside that. Okay. And it writes some test cases also for that. Now, to also explain why I prefer something like Nest.js a lot is that whenever a say controller gets created, the test case for that is also automatically generated. So unit tests are automatically generated for you. You create a controller, test case is generated for you. Okay, and lint rules also already exist. So there is a ESLint rule file. So lint rules also exist for you, which means that for example, I was just a little while ago, I was writing this that, if I write something like, return hello world, if I write with double quotes instead of single quote, it underlines that, it says that according to our linting service, we are supposed to write with, single quote. And it can also be quickly fixed. Okay. So when you create an SJS project, it comes sort of, like they say, in batteries included. There is linting service available so that your code is clean. There is a test available so that, you always create good test-driven development you're doing. And, people who are sort of contributing to this project, they also have to follow those, lint rules and they need to pass the test cases. So a much more structured project gets built. Okay. So we need a users controller. We'll just get around to what all endpoints we need in them as well. But we need a users controller. We need a posts controller, and we need a hashtags controller. A couple of things in the chat. So ethical programmer says unit testing with Jest is very easy to integrate. That's very correct. That we can integrate Jest very easily, and we can integrate dependency injection very easily. But zero is always better than easy, right? We don't have to integrate them when you're using Node.js. It's already integrated. Not having to integrate is always better than easy to integrate. Easy is better than hard. Already integrated is better than still easy. Okay. So we have got hashtags, we have got a controller for that, posts and users. Okay. Then what are the endpoints that we need? So we just build those as well. So we need a get hashtags kind of a thing here. So that would look like, hashtag one, there would be a controller for, we write like this, get, and you can basically write a function there, which is basically, get top hashtag or something like that, get top. Okay. how does the controller for the app controller basically look like? You have to define what's going to be the return type there. So I'm just going to say, right, that the return type is going to be of type string for now. And, I'll write a to do. Okay. Now, as soon as you make something like this, if I just run my project is actually already running. It should be already running with all the changes, right? So if I go to slash hashtags at this point, slash hashtags, let me just quickly run it again. So we have the hashtags controller added. Let's see if hashtags it's working. Hashtags and get request to slash hashtags. Okay, that does not seem to work. Oh, I think I made a spelling mistake. Sorry. Hashtags, yeah. So that's how we basically add new root endpoints. Like you create a root.get or app.get kind of thing in Express. Here we do it using hashtags, like controllers like this. So let me quickly add the skeleton, the dummy controllers right now without adding any logic. So let me do all that, and I will make a commit at that level that okay, we have added the controllers. So we have created hashtags. We had this is one controller. We need another for get hashtag slash tag and post. So how do we add parameters in the root? So let's check that as well. Controllers, and we can add root wildcards like this is also possible. And I believe that root parameters like this are also possible, right? It's pretty much like how it works in Express as well. By the way, Nest.js internally uses Express. Okay, so we'll do get slash tag and then post. So that's the one we want, right? Hashtags slash tag slash posts. That's something we want. How do I use this tag, right? So to use that, we just do params like this. So we write show all posts with hashtag param dot tag. Okay, so let's see if that works. Okay. Now, if we try to go to hashtags slash given a tag name and then slash posts, which would be like going to this place, hashtags slash say JavaScript slash posts to show all posts with hashtag JavaScript. So, I mean, basically the root is working. We will have to obviously write the actual logic here as well later. So, I'm just keeping that for that. So, okay, how's it gonna look like? So if you look at the repository now, I've added the first commit. So later on, when you're browsing this repository after you watch this video, whether you're watching it live right now, whether you watch to this recorded video later, so you can mostly browse the repository via the commits pretty well. That okay, these are the steps. So this is how the controllers were added. So when the controllers were added, what all things happened. So the controller files itself got added. This is the get hashtag part, the get post for hashtag part, all of that stuff. And another thing that happened is that in the app module.ts file, which is basically this file, app module.ts. So inside the module file, we have to sort of write which controllers we are using. So originally only the app controller was getting used, as you can see. Now the user controller, the post controller, the hashtags controller, they are all getting used. Okay. We'll do the rest of the controller stuff very soon. A couple of things like when you're creating an open source project like this, it's good to have I'll just show that if you look at the Nest.js project itself, right? These labels are actually generated from there. So if you go to Nest.js GitHub, it's a big open source project. They generally have all of these set of labels and all. So these labels tell a lot of things. One of them is like say whether build is passing or not. whether how many downloads it has or not. So downloads and all we'll see later. But and what's the code coverage and all. So there are a bunch of websites where code coverage is shown, and CI websites where it shows that whether the app was able to build or not. So to do those things, I think we should also set the similar set of things up for us. And I will actually delete the V stuff here from the top. Okay. Now we would want to set it up in such a way that whenever I make a push or something like that, it gets sort of built. So we can set up some of those things, which at a very early stage for an open source project, it's great to have. That using GitHub Actions, we will build our project. Okay. And we will run some tests as well, and we'll make sure that if somebody sends a pull request, then those tests are also run, lint sparse, so and so, right? So let's do that actually. So GitHub action for Node.js, let me just search. So obviously there is some information available here. So you have to create a folder here sorry, at the outset itself, we create a folder .github/workflows. And in GitHub/workflows, we create a file node.js.yml. Let's just say we create something called node.js.yml. Okay. So here's what the node.js.yml file should generally look like. We'll run node.js CI on push on a main branch and pull request on the main branch. Ideally, a branch should also be called main, but we have called it master. So when during the Black Lives Matter movement, there was a bit of discussion about having the main branch called as main rather than master, which we can also do. So I think it's a new laptop. I've forgotten doing that on Git by default. Master is the default branch that's generated. We can fix that for this project. We can fix that forever as well. So we can do git config default branch name. I think I change that. Yeah, I think we just run this command. So if we do that, then our git config file contains default branch name main. So in future, whatever repositories we will make, the main branch would be called main rather than master. How to change it for our repository? We should also do that for our repository. I'm just taking a little bit of time out because it's a good thing to do. People say that it's not good to use racist terminologies. So we should also, do our little bit of effort into that. How to change branches? Little menu over here. So what we'll do, we'll create a new branch, git checkout b main. Okay. So we are now on the main branch instead of the master branch. Okay. So I'll just commit some of the things that we had done, add readme and GitHub actions. Okay. Then what we'll do git push origin main. Okay. So now master and main both are pushed. We will do is we will delete the master branch locally. So now I don't have master branch on my computer, but the remote still has it. So to do that, what I have to do is in my repository, I have to go to the settings and I have to change the default branch to main. Should be a place to do that and go to branches. And default branch is, we can choose main as the default branch. Okay. Now once that is done, we can do is git push origin. And if I write push nothing to master, it basically deletes the master from origin. Okay, so master branch is deleted from origin, and you can see it only has main branch and no master branch. Good thing to do. Okay, so we want to test on maybe Node.js 14 and 16, latest versions of Node.js available. So it will check out and run npm CI and it will run npm build. Great. We do have a test as well. So if you want to, test, we can do that as well. So npm run test. If I run, it actually runs all the tests of my project. It actually runs tests using jest only. So all the files which are .spec.ts, and those are all test files. Right now they only contain mostly mock tests. Okay. all the tests are passing. So if I want tests to be run as well, we can do this thing. We can go to our GitHub workflow. And okay, it's already running build and it's already running test. So awesome, actually. Every time I push, it's gonna test that the project is in a buildable state right now or not. Okay. We can now add a little badge for that. So how to add that badge here? GitHub action badge. Let's see how to do that. So that's how the badges are made. So I'll just add one here. So my workflow is node.js.yml, node.js.yml, and it's building. So I add a badge for that. Okay. So now if I see my repository, there should be this badge. It's not visible yet. Oh, sorry. I have to change the repository name. Repository is Scalar Academy / Twitter backend node. There we go. So that says that Node.js CI is passing, which so anybody comes to this repository, they would know that my build is passing. So they can download this project and they can also try to build, and it should work. So this is a validation of the fact that okay, my builds are passing, which is sort of important. Okay, cool. Now we will just continue with the rest of the things that we're doing. So we will continue with the controllers, the other controllers. We have a users controller to build. This is supposed to have, let's see if it works like this or not. So I'm going to write here is that, and I'll have to add the params here as well. Okay. I'm going to try something and let's see if it works or not, whether writing at the rate and then the parameter like this, whether it works like this or not, or I would have to sort of include the at the rate into my if condition or not. Let me try this out quickly. So just go and, is it running? Yeah, it's still running, right? I'll just restart it anyway. Cool. So if I make a get request to /user / Arnav. Okay, fantastic. So if I make a request to @Arnav, then it says get details of username Arnav, and if I send a request to some ID like this, it says details of user ID. So because it does pattern matching, so it's able to get these two. So these two are done. Post users to create a new user. So let me do that as well. I'll just actually add to do everywhere. Okay, now this is gonna be post. I'll add these to do everywhere so that later on I can see which ones are incomplete, right? Okay, so this should be about the update details of user ID, put and delete for follow to follow a user. So should be put /user ID. Okay, /users is not needed. That's already prefixed. /user ID /follow. If I make a put request here, so follow user. Similarly, there should be one for delete. Okay. Then we have got get followers and get followees. Okay. So we have got user ID /followers to get all the followers of user. Put /user ID /followees. Okay. So great. So mostly the endpoints that we need for users are done. I'll just make a commit for that. Okay, continuing from where we left off, building the users controller. So yeah, I think user follower mostly has been all done. I have pushed the code for that as well. So this is the benefit of, by the way, the actions thing is that, if you go to actions and you can see all the commits that I have done. So on every commit, it runs the, build and test job. It just runs the test and you can see the output of the test as well. Like, controller spec has passed, hashtag spec has passed, all that stuff. Right. Okay, let's go ahead. So I have done the controller part for users. The post one is left. Post has only a few endpoints. So let me quickly do that, and then we will start building the entities and connecting to the database. So for the users, for the posts, post controller, we need get flush, and we'll say that get all. Yeah, I think get post ID / okay. Then this is to create a new post. So we need a post endpoint on slash create new post. This is to delete a given post. Okay. And we need to like a post and unlike a post. So these two are needed. Put on slash post ID slash like post. And quite similar to unlike a post. Just need a delete endpoint for that. Good. So we have delete endpoint post unlike this post. Good. Post controller is also done. Great. Now we'll start creating the database side of things. So how to create the database side of things? Let's quickly check. So to use databases, we need, I think, type ORM. So we'll do it using type ORM to use databases. So we'll install type ORM, and instead of MySQL, I'm using Postgres here. That's a more commonly used enterprise level standard database. What I also commonly used when most projects I do. Although in our project, actually, it does not really matter which database we use a lot because type ORM being an ORM, it wraps over both MySQL and Postgres. So you could use either database and your code base would still look similar. Okay. So we'll do is npm install and we need to install type ORM and we also need a nest slash type ORM package actually. Okay, this is okay using databases. In fact, this is a better way of doing it. So we'll use nest.js slash type ORM plus type ORM and pg and pgh store. Okay. Once that's done, we will have to install a type ORM module. Okay, so we'll do that. So we'll do stuff like this. We'll create a ORM config.json, which will contain details about which entities to load and all that stuff. So we'll add a new file, ORM config.json. Type would be Postgres, localhost 33. These things are not needed actually because it default port it will use. I need to create a username, password, and database. That is important. Or if I don't use a ORM config, then also there are some options. I'll just do it. Let's say not use ORM config. So first of all, let me create a database. So I will do is create database moodb. I will just write these commands down in the README to set up database. So create database moodb, then create user move admin with encrypted password. Create user move admin with encrypted password, just password. Okay, that also works. And then we'll do is grant all privileges on database moodb to move admin. Okay, so create database moodb, that's the first command. Then to create a user, we have to use this command. So I'll write that down, and we have to grant the privileges to the database. So this, okay. Now to connect the database, what we need to do is in my app module.ts apparently I have to do mod imports. I have to do type orm module dot for root, and I have to pass these options here. So the options are basically type Postgres, username would be moadmin, password would be just what we created right now a little while back, right? Database name would be MongoDB. We will synchronize And I will also add logging. Okay, so I will add logger to be of type advanced console and logging all. Okay, so I will log everything. Okay, so we created the type ORM module stuff, and you have to create this entities thing. Now entities are where we'll add our entities. So we will add those entities. So to create the entities, what we do is essentially nest generate. Well, I think we can't generate entities as such because there is no recipe for generating entities. You have to create them by hand. There is no way to create entities. You can just simply go to users. And what are the entities that we need? Essentially, these are the entities we need. We need users, we need posts, we need hashtags, likes, blah, blah, blah. So let's create users, for example. So to create an entity in type ORM, think they would not have given an example. Yeah. So we do it like this: entity export class. So we define our tables in form of classes, and the fields inside them, ID, first name, last name. These are basically the columns. Okay. So that's how type ORM works. Type ORM is a object-oriented ORM, so it's a class-based one. So you create proper classes and fields and all, and then it does strict type checking and everything. So I'll do that. So we need for user, we need IDs. Yeah. So we need an ID. So there is a documentation of typeorm on typeorm.io, by the way, where we can get more details about how to define entity. Entities can sort of inherit and all as well as it is shown. We can create abstract class and inherit from that and all that stuff. So there is a primary generated column where we can define some options, in fact, strategy. So strategy, we can use UUID, ID, which is going to be of type string, right? Okay. What other things we need? We need a username. We need a name, avatar, bio, follower count, and verify. Now here's the thing. The entity's table name we can provide here. Basically, the name of the entity should be users, so we provide that there. The name of so follower count. These in my JavaScript code, is that I'm using camel case and not underscore case. So if that's the case, that I'm always using camel case and not underscore case, then it's better that I write follower count like this and followee count like this, or I can write just followers and follow, or I can just write the camel case thing. And in the decorator for this, I can write a column decorator of type string, and then I can write options like, so there are various ways you can write the column decorator. So column, you write the type, and then you write, these other things. So name becomes, so here we can define the actual column name, which is underscore case, but in our case, it's a camel case in our code. Start with default 0, let's just say. So similar would be for the case of followee count. Boolean column for verified. Bio would be text column. Text we can give sort of length of bio as 240, let's say. So username is capped at 30 and name at 50. So I'll add those two as well. This is capped at 30. This is capped at 50. We need to do another few things. So nullable should be false for username can't be null. Okay, and username must be unique as well. So okay, name and all those things can apparently be null. And follower count, following count, and verified boolean. That's done. Okay. Now, at this stage, if I just try to run my app, by the way, right, and I don't think it's already running. Let me just start this app. So it is running one command which is start transaction information schema and all. But if I add this entity here, user entity, and save this. First of all, it sort of fails because unable to connect to database. So data type string is not supported in Postgres, dot username and all. So you have to change all of that to, we can do char varying. I think I can just not pass any data type. That should also probably work. And these are supposed to be number anyway, by the way. Okay, still have another function UUID generate v4 does not exist. So apparently for this, we'll have to make some changes to Postgres. I will see that. So let's copy this error for a while. Function UUID generate does not exist. Let's check this. So there is a create extension if not exists UUID OSSP. We have to run this. So we have to select database MoDB and we have to add this extension. This is done and now it should start working. So Postgres by default does not have the UUID extension turned on, which I just turned on right now. So yeah, I think the user table gets created here, right? If I actually go to my database, right, and connect to MoDB, and I try to define my table. So there is the users table, and if I describe the users table here, this is ID, UUID, username, name, bio, all are character varying 30, 50, 250. Follower count, followee count are integers, and verified is Boolean. Okay. Verified Boolean, I believe we want that verified Boolean should also have a default value of false. So if we do those changes, that gets updated accordingly. That the verified column is supposed to show false default value. Okay. So that's how entities are created. This is my user entity having created. Cool. So the user's entity is done here. Let me commit this much. Okay. So we got the user entity working. We need to add a few more entities like this as well. Now, when I want to make a next entity, I would like to take a look at this base entity stuff, how to create a entity inheritance. So you can reduce duplication in your code by some entity inheritance stuff, which I want to do because as you would notice that posts also have ID, UID, and I want to have created at and updated at on every column. So let me do that. I'll do is, so I'll make a directory src slash commons and I will create something nest generate. I don't need to generate. I'll just go to commons and I will create a new file base dot entity.ts. Okay. So base dot entity.ts and here I will add these things. There's a content entity which contains these things which are going to be common there. So I can extend that. So I'll create a export abstract class base entity and then we will do is add this column there, the ID column, which we'll add a create date column created at normal column options, right? And we'll need to update it at column as well. So update date column. We can add deleted at column as well for those kind of cases. But anyway, great. So we create a move base entity like this. So we will do is extend user entity from move base entity. Okay. This should still create the same table naturally. Let's just ensure that. So yeah, it has created at and updated at columns as well, right? An ID has been created. If I have to create the post column, so post would go into posts, and here there will be a new file, post dot entity dot ts. So entity of table name post, export class. What do we need in a post entity? We already have the ID done. We need text of 240 characters. So I'll call it body or text, whatever. Yeah. So text is of type string. We need author. So we need an author foreign key relationship, and then let's see how to do those kind of things here now, right? To give a idea of what we did in the last 5 minutes of the last session, okay, there was simple stuff. Just added workflow file here. This thing, which does is you know there is it does run on Ubuntu with Node.js version 14 and 16, and it's gonna check out the project, and then it's gonna install and unbuild and then run test. Okay, so this it runs this test every time, and it runs this test every time. So if you go to actions now of that project, you can see that sorry, not this one. Okay. So you can go to actions, and you can see that every time I pushed, it runs the test, and every time the test runs, we can see which tests have passed. Right, report is sort of generated, and then as the report is generated, we have a badge which says that okay, Node.js CI is passing. So it gives somebody confidence, a new person who comes to this project and sees that okay, this project is in a building state. So if I git clone this and try to build it, it should build because on the CI it is building. Okay. Let me do the post entity, and then let me add something called code coverage, and then we'll discuss what is code coverage. So Ujjwal, you have a good question. So whether it's a good structure to put the controller and the entity in the same place. So there are two ways of structuring projects. One where we divide the code base in terms of type of files, and the other is where we divide it in terms of domain. Okay, so domain-wise division and typization. So how they would look like is that if I just open a new project. So say for this project, it would be like there's two ways of doing it. So inside SRC, let's say we would have controllers, we will have services, and we will have entities, and here we would have something like users dot entity.ts and post dot entity.ts. Okay, and we would have users. We might have services for liking as well. So follow dot service.ts, the follow related services, which does not have its own entity. Just the user entity is sufficient to do following, but let's just say like that. And then controllers, we might have controllers also, users dot controller.ts and post dot controller.ts, etc. The other way of doing the same project is we do like this. We divide things by the domain. We write users and posts and hashtags. And then inside users, we have the users dot controller dot ts, we have the users dot service dot ts, and we have the users dot entity dot ts. Okay. And then we wrap that all together into something called user dot module dot ts. Now, generally, this structure is what I prefer personally over this structure, because then you can create microservices out of this folder itself and then put it into another project very easily, because everything related to users are here, and then user module becomes like a feature level division of your project. So we are dividing things in terms of features rather than in terms of layers. This is a layer wise division, right? So there's the entity layer in a folder, service layer in a folder, and controller layer in a folder. And essentially, when you make any kind of changes in users, you would have to change this file and this file and this file, all three. It's what I feel. Okay. And in this case, if you want to make user related changes, they would all happen inside this folder and might not touch changes in the other folders. So this is a feature wise division. This is a layer wise division. both are fine to do. Many projects use type 1, many projects use type 2. I personally prefer to use this type 2 way of division when I'm making my projects. Hopefully that answers your question, right, Ujjwal? As you can see in my project right now, that's how I'm doing it. I'm putting post-related stuff in post, user-related stuff in user, and so on. And if there is something which I cannot really classify as any particular feature, I'll put them in the commons. Okay. So that was about the testing stuff. Anyway, continuing with the post entity, what are the things that we need to add? Images would be an array of string. So we'll see that images would be array of string type. We'll see how those things are handled. Likes count and repost count. So hashtags would be an array again. And mentions would be apparently an array as well. So not of string, but of something else. We can do is we can have a mention object here. It has a name of type string, and it has got ID of type UID. So ID is also going to be of type string. So array of mention. Right. Images would be of type JSON actually. Like count would be of type number and all. Here the name would be like count. This would also be of type JSON, and this would also be of type JSON type. Okay. Empty arrays by default. Like count default 0. This should also be default 0. Okay, text string. Awesome. We need some embedding stuff now, which is we need to have some relationships. So original post. So if I write original post, right? Which is like if this is a repost of a post. So if I am just retweeting, right? If I retweet, then it will be a reference to another tweet. So I can do original post, which should be of type post entity. And it has to be one-to-one relationship. One can be a repost of one only. So one-to-one relationship to type actually post entity, basically. Inside one-to-one, we either write some, object type, something like this, and inverse side options and all. So just this one should work. Should be of type post entity. Original post. Reply to it could be a reply to another post as well. So we would actually have a very similar reference to reply to another post entity like this. A couple of things. The text, we must add length 240. Nullable false, can't be nullable. Images again default is empty array. Yeah. So let's run this one. I'll just add to app module and in the entities add the post entity. Let's check now. So we've got the post table. If I look at the post table, foreign keys did not get created as it seems. So ID got created, text, images, like count, repost count, all that is there. The one-to-one entity, these did not get created, it seems. Let me quickly check 1:1. How can we do that? Can we use OpenAPI with Nest Swagger? Yeah, obviously we can do that, Pulkit. I haven't added that yet. I'll do that. I mean, right now we haven't actually. OpenAPI 2 or I think OpenAPI 3 is what is by default gets used if we add the Swagger entities. So right now I've generated all the endpoints. I can actually do that. I'll do that right now. Let me quickly check why this one-to-one entity did not actually, the original post one did not work. So let's go to this. One-to-one relationships, how to work them out, one-to-one profile. Oh, it's supposed to be a join column. I did not write that, my bad. Join column here. Then if I write join column here as well. Right. Cool. Let's see now. Yeah. So there is original post ID, reply to ID. We wanted them to be underscored once if we do that, so then we can actually change that as well. Join column and supposed to contain options name, right? Yeah, better now. So original post ID, UUID like this, reply to ID, everything is with underscore case on the database side. Can be null. These can be null obviously because with the text we have one option. If a post is only a repost, then the text can be null, I guess. So let's not keep it nullable false. In fact, only thing is if text is also null and original post is also null, then we would have a bit of a problem actually. But that's fine, I think. If both are null, those are not valid posts technically. We'll have to make a check for that on the application layer. Just made it not null. Remove the not null parameter. Seems to have not updated. By the way, if you want to forcibly update the table completely, we can go to app module and here we can just write, drop schema true. So it will drop the table and create it every time. It's not a good thing to do. Apparently, still not null is not working. So text length 240. I just add manually true. That's fine now. Can be null, right? I'm just adding nullable to true because if text is null and original post ID is something, then it means it's a repost, right? If original post is null, then it means it's a fresh post. But if it's a original post ID is some entity, but there's also some text, it means a quote tweet, as we do on Twitter. When we quote tweet, we quote one tweet, and plus we add some our own comments also to that. So that's what it would be like, right? Okay, so that's what our post entity is supposed to look like. We have other entities to build. We need the hashtags and the likes and the hashtag post. So we'll just get there. Pulkit asked a good question. I will actually cover that. So let me just push the code till here. Add post entity. How to add the Swagger stuff. So here there's, I think, to add Open API specification, we can add a nest.js slash Swagger. And right now we are using Express in our app. We can use Fastify as well, by the way. And then let me switch to Fastify. The difference between Fastify and Express is, Fastify is a faster web framework than Express. And there are some benchmarks also about it. Fastify, it's a faster web framework, and there are some benchmarks here which says that this was run on an Intel Core i7 machine with 4 gigahertz 64 GB RAM and running Express, Happy, Restify, Fastify, etc. So as you can see, Express ran around 16,000 requests per second, while Fastify ran 70, well, almost 80,000 requests per second. So it's 5 times faster. So if Fastify is 5 times faster, it's a better thing to go for. So let me, if I want to use Fastify, so how to use Fastify? We do this. We install fa platform Fastify in our code base. I'll stop this for a while, and we'll remove platform Express. Actually, we won't need Express. Types of Fastify is not a, so we don't need Express here, and we don't need the types for Express either, I think. Yeah. So I run again. Okay. Now, to use Fastify, what are we supposed to do is we have to change the adapter a little bit. So in my main.ts file, we have to import the Fastify adapter and nest Fastify application, right? So in my Bootstrap, we basically change the code to this. We import nest Fastify application and we import the Fastify adapter. So that's it, basically. I'm installing this prettier extension, which makes it easier to format files and all. Yeah. Okay. So let's see with Fastify if it runs or not, first of all, whether it fails or not. So apparently that's not a problem. It is running fine with Fastify. Okay. Then to add that Swagger UI thing, so why do we want to add the Swagger stuff? When I add it, we'll see, we'll get a very good API documentation of our project automatically. So I'll just add this Fastify Swagger, just add this. GitHub link. So this is the GitHub link. I'll just put it in the chat for you guys as well. There you go. It's the GitHub link. Okay. Okay. So yeah, let's install the Fastify stuff. Okay, we did that. Then here are some of the changes we need to do. So we have created the app here, right? Here's the app that has been created. Before we start app.listen, we add some code here, which is we create this config and document and Swagger builder stuff. So new document builder from Swagger, Swagger module from Swagger, and yeah. So we add this document builder stuff here. Title, I just add move API. Okay. Once you're done that, then if I just rerun my project, if I go to slash API now, it shows me all the endpoints that are there. It documents all the endpoints to me, which is pretty fantastic, you know. User slash username, user slash user ID. So everything that I created here, what all endpoints I need in my project, they all get automatically documented from my project pretty well. In fact, it allows you to try those out as well very easily, you know, execute that and, you know, get those endpoints easily, you know. So all the endpoints that are created, so complete UI for that is generated, which is pretty useful actually. A couple of things we should add when we are generating an API like this. So we have this API tag stuff. So how to add types and parameters, right? We can add this API tags thing, which would categorize things very nicely. So I just go to user controller and I add API tags property here. Get in the post controller, add that as well. And in the hashtags controller too. What happens if I do that is if you look at the API file now, things get categorized well. These are all my post related endpoint. These are all my users related endpoint. These are all my hashtag related endpoint. So tagging works very nicely in this case. Okay. API parameters like these, post ID, what to do about those? So if I go to say the users controller and there is get username kind of stuff. So for that, there are types and parameters. Now the param should have worked here. Okay, why did that not work? So we check that. Oh, we can do it like this: param username as username, and then we can just directly use that. So if I do it this way, user slash username should have. Okay, apparently did not. Yeah, so it does this thing, user slash at username. It will create this string username thing. When we try it out, we can pass Arnav here and execute it. So it makes the request as user slash at the rate Arnav like that. So all of your parameters, you can define it like this properly using the correct string. Then what will happen is that in your API document that is generated, the variables are properly available where you can add your correct variables and, you know, try things out accordingly. Right. So in fact, wherever there is param like that written, we can fix those ones. There's a bunch of places where it is written. Okay, I think all of them should be working correctly now. Yeah, so they're all injectable params inside your API docs. So in fact, you don't need even Postman to try out your API anymore. You can actually use this page to try out your endpoints now, right? Whatever endpoint you want to do, post slash post like that, all that stuff, you can try those things out very easily like this here. Okay. Cool. So it sounds good till now. So we have got our user entity. Couple of things we have not yet added actually. The post must have author ID. Did not do that yet. Post should have author ID here. This should be a many to one relationship because many posts can be written by the same author. I can write a lot of posts, right? So whether the relationship is many to one or one to many depends on which side we're thinking. Okay, so we are writing this relationship within posts, and we are thinking what is the relationship would be from post to author. A post to author would be many to one. Many posts can be written by the same author. One post can't be written by multiple authors, so it can't be many to many. It can't be one to one because we can't let people create only one post. We have to allow them to create more than one post. So post to author, we will have a many to one relationship because of that. Okay, so many to one of type user entity, and it should be I guess yeah. Okay, so it has got original post ID, reply to ID, and now an author ID as well. And it has a foreign key of author ID references user.id, original post ID references post.id, and reply to ID references post.id. So that's our post entity is now mostly done. We need to have hashtags entity and likes and hashtag to post. We need a mapping table, etc. for these as well. So let's go ahead and do those. And so yeah, Siddharth, actually, we can use a lot of kind of databases. I mean, Postgres is one solution. We can use something else as well. I'm going with Postgres because the indexing and foreign keys would be easier to make using this. Postgres themselves, Twitter themselves, what database they're using for all their posts, they actually use multiple databases. They have SQL databases for actual data, and then they have NoSQL databases for caching. That's how they do. So you can have multiple options, right? So yeah, there is nothing wrong with using Postgres right now here because we can, very easily think of what kind of tables and relationships would be there. In fact, it's a better option than going with something like MongoDB because there you have to embed the relationships rather than having proper foreign keys. The queries would be faster. So that's why you're doing that. This is not Angular, Fascio has asked. So this is a backend framework, Nest.js, which the structure is very similar to how Angular is. Some of the contributors are the people who contributed to Angular as well. So if you have used Angular, then it feels very similar to write code. But the project, it's not an Angular project; it's a backend project. So we're building an API here. Okay. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll wrap up today's session here. We all have been live coding for almost 2 hours, including the last session and this session. I will add some, issues and enhancements and features that we need to build in the future in this project. And like I mentioned in the last stream, please join our Discord server. So it's on discord.gg/scalar. That's where the Discord server is. There is a channel on our Discord server for talk open source. That's where we discuss all the open source projects that are going on. And for anybody watching this video live right now or later, if you want to participate in many of these open source projects that are going on, so there is this open source projects repository. Under that, there's a discussions part where you can see that we have a bunch of ideas that people have submitted, and some even I have submitted, and some of them we will pick up and turn it into projects soon. These are the projects that we're working on. One is URL shortener, which will become Scalar's official URL shortener. We are gonna intend to deploy it very soon on sclr.ac. We have this domain, and we are building this Moo, which is a Twitter clone, which has the features written down here. The database schema is also documented there, and the API that we need to build that's there. So we are doing this. Very soon we will start working on the front end of this as well. We will build an app and a front end website for this as well. Okay. So yeah, that's about it. So let's catch up on the next session. Thank you for watching.
Hey folks, welcome to the Scalar live stream for open source project once again, and I'll just continue with the Twitter backend that I was building using Node.js and TypeScript, and you can go to discussions on Scalar Academy /open source projects, and there's a thread for Moo, which is like a code name for the Twitter clone that we're building. And you can read up about what's the product requirements, and what are our database entities and structures, and what are the APIs that we need. That's all defined there. You can watch the last 2 videos as well to get more idea about what we have built till now. This is the source code is available on github.com/Scalar Academy /Twitter backend node. I'll drop a link to this in the description of the video as well. A bunch of stuff we have actually already built, so a lot of stuff is actually in to do as well. So I'll just open up my recording right here. I think one last bit I had not committed, so I'll just do that. This is not this. I think okay. So what have we done now? I think we have created a controller for hashtags, etc. So so just create the skeleton controllers and just right. So there's a bunch of stuff that's still to do's. Actually, we have the controllers in place. I just added a workflow file as well for the Node.js workflow, which builds the project. So every time I make push, there should be a build that happens. I think that's happening. There's a build that's happening. Okay. So what the stuff that we need, and what's getting built, and so on and so forth. I think we should put so a couple of things. What license do we have here? We haven't had license here, so I'll do those things. The readme still is of SJS, and we need to progress with building out the controllers. So let me do all that stuff. Let me get the AGPL license. Now that these are also important stuff that you need to do when you're working on an open source repository. Okay, you should have a license. So I've added the AGPL license here. In my README, I should add a Should delete that stuff. This stuff is correct. I will write like sort of what's project roadmap, or what are the things that are left to do in this project. We should add some stuff like that as well here. So a bunch of controllers are working and some are not working as well. So hashtag controllers, if you go and see, so we have to add the logic here. We have the user controller again, a lot of to-do stuff out here. Okay. And we haven't really built out the services part yet actually. So we have the user entity, which is the user database stuff. We have not built the user repository. So let's go and build out the repositories. Okay. So how do we build repositories? So users, and we can create a new file, users.repository.ts like this, and export class we can do user repository extends repository. I think I have to create a generic type of repository. Yeah, repository user entity. Yeah. So for now there is not much here. Just select formatter. We will add some functions here as and when we need, but for now I'm just going to create repositories which will just extend from the repository data type here. So what do repositories do actually? There's a repository pattern which helps us. So working with repositories, you create a repository like this, get repository, and then you can do find one and stuff like that. Okay, so anyway, we are getting to that. So that's the user repository. We would need something called a user service as well. So build a so how to build services, right? So let's go to Nest.js docs. What are services and what do they do, right? So there's something called services should be there, right? Service is like a cat service, something like that, right? What are so providers are fundamental concepts. Okay, providers provide data to controllers. They can be injected, and then they can be dependency injected, so these are a lot of abstract concepts if you have not done object-oriented programming a lot before, but let's go ahead and build it. I'll just build it out, and you can probably get an idea of what services can do, right? Essentially, to give a little bit of idea though, right? So if I try to show this in form of a diagram, so here's say your DB, okay? So that's your DB. Okay, this contains the information. Okay, that's your database. Let's just call it DB, right? So there are user entities here. So what you do is it contains a table, right? Something like this. So sorry. So there's gonna be a user table in the DB, right? From which we're gonna be fetching data. Now, the entities that end up existing is I think first of all there is, say for example, your API layer. Okay, so this is your API layer,
right, I'm just sort of describing this as the API layer boundary. Okay, just make it a little thicker, maybe, right? Right. So some request comes in via the API layer. Okay. Get users kind of a thing comes in, right? So somebody says, get /users. This comes to the controller essentially. Okay. So it first hits your controller. Okay. This request comes in. Now you have your user entity, which sort of represents every row that's gonna exist inside the table. Okay, so you create a repository. The reason you create a repository is sort of I'd say if I just put it to the back or make it maybe a little bit transparent. Okay, so fill, if I don't fill it. Okay, so the user repository is sort of the code via which via which data is sort of fetched from right. So the user repository is the class inside which we have got methods like save save a row of users, or create a new row of users, or delete a row of users, update data inside a user row, stuff like that. So that's in the user repository. Okay. We have the controller. That's why we create something like service. Okay. Now what happens is that when the server starts, you inject the what we do is we inject the repository into the service. Okay, this is the user service, and then we do is we inject the service into the controller. Okay, so when get request is happening, there would be some function which we would basically call, which would be like get all users or something like that. Okay, which would trigger another function in the user repository, which would be like find all kind of a thing. Okay, and which would basically trigger something like select star from users. Okay, so hopefully you can understand this now. Just if I narrow down the sides a little bit. Okay. Yeah. So get request comes. So initially when the server boots, this stuff happens. Okay. There's a database inside which there's a user table. We define a user entity which defines exactly how the rows are going to look like. We create a user repository which contains the methods via which we interact with the user table out there. Okay, and then what happens is that we inject the user repository into the user service. The user service contains the business logic of our code. It can do validation and sanitation and all that stuff. It will make sure that the username is of correct format, or any of those things, right? And it will call methods from the user repository. Methods from the user repository look more like find all kind of a stuff. Okay, the service exposes methods like get all users or find user by user ID kind of methods, and which are then exposed to the controller, and then the controller is the entity which serves the API request. Okay, so these things are basically the dependency injection. So whenever the server boots up, an object of the user repository class is injected into user service, and an object of the user service class is injected into the object of a controller. Okay, so let's quickly go about in the code and see how this is sort of going to look like. Okay, yeah, awesome. So the repository, we don't need anything else right now here. How do we create a service, right? So we can generate a service, nestg service kind of stuff. So we can do, I believe, nestg service users. Okay, should generate a user.service. Yeah, it should have generated user.service.ts. We'll create a private constructor here, and here we will pass private user repo of type user repository. Okay, right. We'll import this. By the way, I'm using GitHub Copilot here right now, so my autocompletes are going to be pretty fantastic, I believe. Okay, so we inject the user repository here. Okay, let's see if right from the controller level we need get user by username is something that we need. So to do get user by username or get user by user ID, we will need similar methods in user service as well, right? So let's say we construct a method here, public should return sort of array of users, public array public get user by username. It should give the username of type string, should return an user entity object essentially, right? Right, and this can be async, right? And this sort of method, what it will do is return await this dot user repo dot find user by username, but it does not have find user by username. Instead, it has find one. Okay, where we can pass basically the username. Okay. So this find one takes either an option. The find one options can take something like a where clause. I think we can pass a where clause, and inside the where we can say that we pass the username here. Okay. So the where clause would take find conditions of type entity, and we're gonna find users with username or something like that. Okay. So that's what my user controller would then call. So what I will do is inside my user controller, I will inject the constructor, and here I will create the constructor and put the user service inside that. Okay. Now this user service would be useful to me here, where I would do const user equal to use. I think this should be async as well, and then then we do await this dot user service dot get user by username. We do this, and if user does not exist, then we have to send a 404 kind of a thing, right? We will do that as well. Okay, let's just say throw new error user not found, something like that, and otherwise we return the user object here. Okay, so instead of returning the user object here, we can do is also create something like a HTTP response kind of an entity, right? So we'll see that. Let's just put this as any right now. Okay, and let's just return a user. Okay. We have to import the user service, I believe. The user service should be export class users service. Okay, so we should have this as user service. Import that. Right. Okay, let's try that out quickly. Right. What do we have here? I think we can run it and watch mode, right? Start table, right? Should open on port 3000 or something. Okay, user service has got some error. User entity is supposed to be right. So we did not get a bit of a problem here. Is that we have some injection problem. The injection problem is happening because in an app module we have directly put the controllers directly here. Instead of doing that, what I can do is I can do I'll just open another terminal tag and I can do nest g module. Okay, this creates a user module. Okay, it creates something called user module. Inside the user module now I can actually include in controllers. I can add the user's controller. Okay, I can add providers, and inside providers I can basically add the user service. Okay, in the app module, what I will do is I will add the like it has done. It has added the user module here, and I will not directly inject the user controller here. Okay. Let's see. At this stage, I think we still have some issues. Can't resolve dependencies of user service. That's because user service requires. So let's see. User service requires user repository. Where will it get that from? That's also needs to be defined inside the user module. So imports, I can provide the user's repository. I think we should change this to user's repository. Okay, we have another problem. User repository is a provider. they have to put it inside providers, and we have to export it as well, I think. So yeah, how it looks like. Anyway, this has let my server to run, which is, I believe, running on port 3000, I believe. Right, slash users. So the path that I added was users slash at the rate username, like this. So users slash at Arnav. Okay. Something happened here. There was an error. Let's see what happened. Cannot read property find one on undefined. Okay, fine. That's the problem. We will investigate that. So it could not do find one inside the user controller. So inside the user controller, this dot user service dot get user by username, which does this dot user repo dot find one. So find one apparently did not work. Okay. That did not work because we can't inject repos directly like this. Instead, what we have to do is we have to design injection in a certain way. Okay, so how do we design that injection? Right. Let's see. So wherever we need to inject the repository, we basically need to write this code, the get repository code. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. Okay. And we'll do a custom repository injection. So I think there should be about custom repository. How to inject that? We have to add this annotation first of all, which we haven't done. So we have to add entity repository annotation on the users repository. So you have to write entity repository of type user entity. That's an annotation that we need to write. Okay. So inside the module, we have to add for feature kind of thing and author repository. So in my user module, I will have to write imports. Type or a module dot for feature, and I will have to write user repository. Sorry. Yeah. So we have to generate the user repository using dependency injection like this. A lot of steps actually, but it does one important thing. We don't have to manually create the repository in our code anywhere then. Now this is done. Let me just try to hit this again and see what we get. Did we still get an injection problem? Seems we're still getting an injection problem. Let me just read what else we need to do. I think we don't need to do this. you have to make author service injectable. Is it injectable? Well, it is injectable. And we have made an imports for author repository already. Interesting. Okay, let me quickly check again. You have to create an entity repository. So delegate instantiation responsibility to Nest. Done. And inside author service, here to private author repositories, author repository. I think that's just all that we need to do. We don't need to do anything else, it seems like. There is an example. Let's see an example. Okay, so should be some sort of repository stuff that we can find out here. Users, there's a user module where there is user module type Y module for feature user, and there's a user repository. There's no user repository, it seems. Inject repository. We are going to inject repository. Okay. What's that? Do we need to do that? So inside user service. I mean, this runs a custom repository. Okay, so we do have some problems here. Just want to keep these things inside the live stream because you know that people get stuck, developers also get stuck on stuff like this, and I'd like to see how I figure it out rather than just see that people don't get stuck or something like that. But yeah, seems a little bit. Okay, what's inject repository supposed to do? start using a custom repository, which is sort of sad. After uses repository, okay, module providers, user service provide, okay. So user service should not be injected here, I believe. Users module is coming in here. That should solve for that problem. User controller takes user service, which is great. User service takes inject repository, user repository. I'll remove that. We just have this. And then we will see that inside user module, user repository is generated. I think this should actually work. And if I sort of, so we got a user not found, which is perfectly fantastic. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted. So that's fixed, I think. Super. We just need to now sort of do a bunch of other things, which is let's base entity. We have to create a base HTTP response, by the way, via which we can, sort of wrap the responses out here. So inside, inside my user controller, in this case, I want to throw a, error here, 404 kind of stuff. So let's see how we can do that. So how is, 404 kind of stuff handled? Okay, not found, built-in HTTP exceptions, right? So how can we generate a not found exception? So we can generate a not found exception like this. If we do that, then when I hit this, I get a 404 user not found, which is perfectly exactly what I want. Okay, right? Sounds great. Yeah. Otherwise, we need to wrap it up in a HTTP response. So built-in HTTP exceptions are there. So how do we handle exceptions? So throwing standard exceptions, we can just throw an exception anywhere we want, and that sort of works. Custom exceptions can be built. We can extend HTTP exceptions to create sort of custom exceptions. There are a bunch of built-in exceptions which really love. Most of them would be something like here. Do we have inbuilt responses? We will check that. By the way, I think in my code, there is one little thing which I need to take care of, is that I think in the app.ts, I had turned it into Fastify application, and somebody just added some commit here to add Swagger. I think Swagger stuff, I believe, does not work properly here. So if I go to /API, oh, it's working. There was that Fastify stuff. Let me just quickly check. So this is the backend source code, right? Somebody had sent a pull request which was written in Express format, but we are using Fastify here, I believe. Or did I not merge that person's pull request? I don't know. So somebody added response compression. So I'll just add a comment to them that can you use Fastify please, because we are not using Express. So I'll just tag him. I'll send them a link also where to do it from, right? So there's a compression with Fastify stuff. So I'll just tell him to drop there accordingly. Okay, so they can update their pull request sort of, with the Fastify one. Okay, now I think we're doing great. So we have got the user stuff working here. Okay, I'll just make a commit at this point. That what we have here is okay. Now, what does the user service do? It gets user by username. It's just through and through. But if you have to check other things here, we can do that. We can just, in fact, copy that. But yeah. User ID would be a number. Not a number, I think it would be a string, but yeah. In our case, user IDs are strings. Fantastic. I mean, GitHub Copilot can just, make me write this entire project, right? Yeah, so I'll just write some comments here. Description, find all users. Wow. Okay. What does member of do even in JS talk? I don't know. Okay, stuff like that. I don't need to do that here. It's already in the class. Returns a user entity, that's fine. Okay. Find a user with a given username. Find user ID, so you can add some descriptions here. So great. Let's do another function, which is what all other functions do we need? So user controller, we would need get user by username, get user by ID. This would be actually pretty straightforward then. Const user equal to wait, get user by user ID. Fantastic. Why does it say no? Change setting. Cool. So same stuff here. If not user, then throw not found exception, and that return user object. Oh, good, right? It looks good. I'll change the return type to something, I believe, for this user entity. This should be async, and this should be promise. Yeah. This is to create a new user, actually, right? And this is to update a user. So we'll do all that stuff as well. So how to create a new user? Create a new user with given details, right? Wow. I mean, GitHub Copilot is really great, actually. Prom returns promise user entity if user is created. I'll just go right. Okay. So okay. Create takes an entity like deep partial entity, right? So something like that. Okay. So we take a user entity, and then the user entity must be of should have username, name, avatar, bio, follower count, followee count, all that stuff. In fact, we just need name, avatar, bio, username, and that should be enough for us to create that. Okay. We can create a user DTO, right? We can create data transfer objects. So inside your user controller, we can write, some classes here. Export class user create request body. This can be my DTO basically. To create a user, we need username, password. Copilot really amusing, I think. I've been really loving it. We don't need that. We need password. We need name of that bio. So we'll do name. Avatar would also be a string. Bio would also be a string. So that's user create request body, right? So here inside create a new user, we'll write API. I think we can do API body, and you can pass I don't know, type, and you can pass right. Other things can be passed: schema, description, enum, required, stuff like that. Okay. Sort of. So I do it like this, just going by it, and if I just restart my server, I think it's already started, right? So if I go to API tag here now, so users, create user, right? This one, post, request body, try it out. So request body is supposed to be of the type, is it gonna try to do some autocomplete? I don't know. Let me see how to do API body, right? So with OpenAPI, if I have to define types and parameters, so body is supposed to be of certain DTO type. API body. Okay, so if I do it like this, instead of this, just do body. Create user request body like this, right? Declared but not used is fine. If I refresh this, so create request body is supposed to look like what? Let's not take those values. Let's see why not. We have to put some further annotations, I believe. So body, then create category DTO. It should have API property tags on it, right? So I'll just do that. Okay, awesome. So it's supposed to have username, password, name, avatar, BIOS, these kind of things it needs to have in the request body, and that's the definition of it's a request body, right? So when you're creating it, we can have some of the things as optional, I think. So username, password are needed. Name is sort of optional, I believe. We can make name optional, we can make avatar optional, and we can make bio optional as well. So these can be added if we need to. So if I refresh, then you should see that these are not required, but it does not show it that way. So okay, does it become not required now? Yeah, it's not required, so yeah. I think it should catch the nullable types automatically, but somehow it does not. But yeah, check it anyway. Oh, we can do API property optional, so that's sort of, I think, better. Import this one. Should do my job still, right? Yeah, okay, awesome. So if my body is of this type, username, password, name, avatar, bio, string, blah blah blah, right? It's just saying that, and I'm expecting in user service that when I'm creating a new user, then I get a deep partial of user entity. Right, so partial is basically something partial like that, right? So when I call this from the controller, okay, making it async again. So const user equal to wait this dot user service dot create user with the create user request. Okay, should work, I think, right at this point, and it should return a promise user entity here. Be great, right? Except that if I will just return user from here. Okay, is the user created or not? Let's see, right? We can see the user will get created or not by just trying out this endpoint. Let's try it out. pass username Arnav, password Arnav, not pass name of bio, and just execute that. Some stuff happened, I believe. This execute. Awesome. So I think user got created. Did the user get created? Let me quickly check, right? So let's do PSQL. This is MoDB, right? So select star from users. Wasn't created. Why was it not created? We'll have to check. I think we have to use save, I believe. Let me try it out again. Okay, we got an error. We got to see why the error. Null value in column name violates not null constraint, so name can't be null actually. Right. Okay. One thing that can't be null, let me just quickly check the entity. So apparently name can't be null, as it looks like. Can I just do a see? Okay. If I say bio and avatar can be null, so I'll have to write, column. And can I just do this? I don't know, does that work or not? Apparently does not. So we have to do a default supposed to be not null, I guess. So pass a column nullable stuff here. Bio can be nullable as well. Name can be okay. So name, bio, and avatar can be null now. If that's the case, then I should be able to inject this now. So let's execute one more time. Fantastic. Table gets created. Let me do select star from users. Got it. Select created. Okay. So that's the user ID. Can I fetch with the user ID and can I fetch with the username now? So let's try that out as well, right? So get user by username, pass Arnav here. We're getting that. This is the user ID, right? So the user ID is basically this. Let me try it out with the user ID as well. So get by user ID, try it out with the user ID, execute, getting it. So works. So get user by username is working. Get user by user ID is also sort of working, right? So fantastic. There's a lot of stuff, right? Quickly check if my recording is still working correctly or not. I'm almost an hour into it. Okay. Fine. I think I will end this stream here and we'll resume with the rest of the stuff in a different stream. Okay. Thank you for watching till here, right? Feel free to join our Discord. It's there in the description along with the video, right? Just under my face, I think it's probably shown that you can come to our Discord server and we can talk about this project and a lot of other projects. So we have got on the Scalar server, there is a open source channel. In the open source channel, we talk about these kind of stuff that we're making here. Okay. There are people online still. Great. So we can talk about projects that we make here. If you want to contribute, that's the repository. That's the discussion about this project. You can come and participate in the discussions here. There are people here who sort of very actively participate in the discussions, and this is the repository where you can go and find out issues, and you can create pull requests and stuff like that. Okay, so that's it. We'll catch you again in another stream. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Okay, so just continuing with the social media clone that we're making. Welcome to the live stream from Scalar Academy. And this is the fourth video in the series. You should watch the first three to get some context if needed before this. So we're building a social media clone, calling it Moo. It's sort of a Twitter clone, and we are building the backend here in this video. We have a few entities that we know we need to build: users, posts, notifications, hashtags, and we have defined the database. The database schema is available. So this is the link. It's in the description of the video. You can find out where we have the sort of product requirements and the system design documented out there. So this is kind of how the database is going to look like. We have a documentation of the APIs that we need as well. Okay, so we have built a bunch of it already. So this is the project website, and a lot of the things are actually working at this point. And if I go to this project and I just sort of run this, just give me a second. So we have at this point, I think the get it's, if you run it, if you just download that project, if you run it, if you go to localhost 3000/API, you should see the Swagger documentation, the OpenAPI documentation as well. And we have the users. So if you do sort of get users by sort of a username like Arnav, get that user object, so that's there. And get user by user ID is also sort of there. So we are sort of getting there, right? Post users is how I can create a particular user. Patch is where I would be able to sort of update a particular user. So those are the endpoints. Slowly we're building them, right? Great. So we have divided the project into hashtag post, these kind of sort of modules. In the last video, you might have seen I have turned the user into a proper module and added all the user related repository, controller, service, entity, everything. We haven't done the same thing with posts and with the hashtags actually. So I'll just go and do that. I will generate so nest so we can generate service, right? So service, I think. So yeah, nest generate service posts. I need to create a module first of all. So posts, and I will also generate a module for hashtags. And at that point, what I also will do is I'll go to app module, make sure that users module, post module, and hashtags module are added here. I will remove the post controller actually from here and the hashtags controller from here. Okay. Instead, I'll go to the hashtags module, and I will add the controllers here. Okay. So with using GitHub Copilot is pretty good actually. Like everything completes out with tabs. So if I write controllers here, I will have to add the post controller, right? Correct. At this stage, let me just quickly check if this has not affected the UI. So posts are still there and hashtags are still there. Okay, awesome. Right. So seems okay till now, till here, right? I was thinking we should add something like seeding scripts as well, scripts that would seed some initial information into the database or stuff like that. I'll do that later. For now, we are sort of doing okay. We got hashtags and we got posts. Okay, so let's complete the user stuff actually. So we need to develop some of the other user stuff here. So we have to I think fold all. Yeah. Okay. So right. So this is, I think, done. Get user by username is done. This is also done. Get user by user ID. Post user is done. Patch is not done. We need to do this one. Okay. Here, what we'll do is we will patch and user detail. So to patch and user detail, we need two things. We need the parameter, the user ID, right? That's fine. We also need the body of the user. So I'll do this, user create request body, and we would also have something like that. We'd have one export class user update request body like that. We go ahead and make it. Okay, so to update a user, we should be able to update sort of actually go with auto completing this, but not exactly this. So to update a user, what are the stuff that we need? We had some discussions about that already, I think. So to update an user, patch user, update bio name image. What are things that we allow updating? So we don't allow updating a username, and password can be updated, which is fine. Name of that bio, these can be updated, and then password can also be sort of may or may not require the password. Now we haven't really handled password handling till now anywhere in our API. We have to do that. Okay. So I'll add some to-dos for that. In fact, if you go to user service, so anywhere password handling is not added, so that is a major to-do, right? Anyway, so any of these things can sort of exist, and then they are all optional in this case, right? So this is a patch request. User ID could be one of the parameters that's coming in. Response would be promise user entity. That's what the response would be. It should be async as well. In fact, all of these functions should be async because we're going to be calling database stuff from here. We need a body which would be of type user update request body. Oh, I love GitHub Auto Copilot. I would say it really just sort of knows what you're doing. The AI stuff is really good. It sees that update user details is the name of the function, so it understands the body is going to be of update user request body, right? Anyway, so we would do is here. Wow, awesome. The user service should have an update user function which does not exist, so we have to go and create that. So we need to create an update user function. So I'll write the commands first for that. So update a user with give. Wow, fantastic. Returns user if it was updated. Wow, fantastic. So update user. This is just fantastic. Okay, so we have to first find a user. So const await this dot user repo dot find by I think we have to just do find one. where ID is user ID. Okay, that's perfect. Then if not existing user, so I just sort of return null from here. Okay. Else what we're gonna do is great. Otherwise we can do await this dot user repo dot I think we can do an update. Can we do an update? Yeah. So what does an update take? So an update takes criteria, which is supposed to be a find condition. So and the sort of partial entity there. So we can pass sort of the find conditions, which can be where ID user ID. And second condition we can do is the partial entity, which is gonna be the user object. So let me just call this as new user details. So okay, so first entity can be find conditions, right? So how does save work? Let me quickly check. So saves, we can do it with save itself. I think it seems like we can just do it with save. So we'll do a bunch of things. So existing user dot ID. So this new user details can contain so they can contain password, name, avatar, and bio, right? So let's just say that we do this, that if new user details dot bio exists, then existing user dot bio equal to new user details dot bio. I just copy this line a bunch of times. So avatar, bio, we can allow change of name as well, and so password I'm not dealing with right now. So yeah, so we just change that stuff and then return await the existing user. Great. Oops, sorry. So we'll call update user and we'll check if that works or not. So do it. I'm just return the user, right? I think just return the user. Update user just takes update user details. That's it. It takes an user ID. We can pass the user ID. So rather than that, you do user ID, which is sort of a string. So we do it with user ID here. Yeah. Yeah. So we got the patch request for user ID updating, supposed to work or not. Let's see, right? So server should be up. Let me just quickly refresh that page. So if I send a patch request to update the user, so in the user ID, I'll just search for my user name first of all, right? So the username, if I search for myself, that's my user ID, right? And I will add a bio for myself. Okay, so I'll go to patch, paste my user ID there, and I will do is just update my bio. This is a nice guy. Okay. Okay, so updated. I get this is a nice guy stuff working. Okay, so fantastic. Update user details working. We need to be able to follow, not follow. These things would need authentication. So we need a way to assert that the person who's sending the request is a certain person. Then only we can do these ones. So these are still to do. We'll get back to this one, right? We want to actually sort of go and put a tick mark on the APIs that are done. So I'll just do that actually, right? So get user, this is done. Okay. Get user by user ID is done. Create a new user is done. Patching a user is done. This needed authentication actually, so which I have not done, which is sort of important. So I'll have to add a to do here. Is make sure that the user is as themselves. Okay, so I have to add that to do stuff there. This is not completely done. So is there a where is that tick mark? Is there a way to say that it's partially done or something like that? In progress or something like that? Maybe, yeah. Just write this. Okay, so it's in progress. Okay. Okay. What else? Cool. Next thing we can do is get post endpoint. We can actually definitely do that. Although there won't be any posts to respond to, which would be a problem. And hashtags as well. So so let's go and actually start doing the authentication stuff. In fact, then we should start to make a little bit of sense, right? Okay, I'll make a commit here. That not here, and the other one. So the comment that I will make is that user edit works. Okay. Okay. Now, how do we handle login? That's the part that we will do now, right? So to handle login, I have to do a bunch of things. So there is no endpoint for login actually right now, right? So how do we do that, right? So to do that, we have to see now how to handle the password stuff. Let's do that. So I'll create something called user auth. I'll have to create another entity. Okay. So I'll create a module, nestg module auth. Okay. That's the auth module. Okay. I'll create an entity for auth as well, auth entity, and then I will create some auth endpoints as well. Okay, so an auth controller where we do the login stuff. So an auth controller will get added for that. We'll have an auth service as well. We will get that added. I'll create an auth entity as well. Okay, and we'll do some relationships with the user, and let's see how that goes. Okay. So we need two entities actually inside auth. We need user password dot so I'll do like passwords dot password dot entity dot ts and I'll do an sessions dot entity dot ts. Okay, right, and we'll have to create repositories for that as well. We'll see that we might not need custom repositories in that space, but let's see. Okay, so for the password entity, we need user ID and passwords in the password entity. Okay, so we have got some comments, right? We got the base entity here, move base entity. So I'll do extend it from move base entity here as well. Right. So a move base entity has a primary generated column UUID anyway, right, which will get generated. We will put a user ID here. So there would be join column, user ID. In fact, I would just make it a user, right? This would be a one-to-one map. It would be a one-to-one with user entity. I think that should do. I think this solves it. Yeah. It should obviously be unique and stuff, but I think that should be taken care of. This that be the password entity has a user object inside it, and we need the password itself. So that would be password would be of type string. It should be column of and we need some null label is false. Unique is obviously not needed here. Length and all we'll see. So yeah, that's the password entity. How do we handle this, right? So okay, we're going to the user entity. Okay. Just needs a one-to-one with. In fact, let's not do that, because when we fetch user, we don't want to fetch the passwords along with that, do we? And we do. Oh, you can do. I mean, we can do one-to-one, and how to do lazy relationships. So let's see. So in your lazy relationship, it can be basically a promise. So data type is promise in that case. So I have to do await on them. I have to promise dot resolve and get an I have to do an await on them. But that's fine, I think. So okay, whatever. So let's just see. So if I do a one-to-one relationship with password, so it'll be a password entity instead, right? Okay, at this stage, if I okay, there's some errors. Unable to connect to the database. Use a password entity not found. Oh, I think we have to do is go to the app module and make sure that the password entity is added. Should be able to connect to the database. User entity. There shouldn't be a join column required here, I believe. So what to do one-to-one? Let's quickly check out. If it's one-to-one on one side, do we need the other side? That's the important part, right? I think we can delete this stuff from here. We don't need that actually. The one-to-one side on the password entity is sort of fine. So if I see tables, so there is a password entity hasn't been created, in fact. So why has it not been created? There's supposed to be password entity should be created. Okay, I think I have to write that entity passwords like that. We have got passwords. Passwords have password and a user ID, which is perfectly fine. That's exactly what I want. The user ID is supposed to be unique, which has not happened. Why? I don't know why, but can we add that here? Okay. So join column options, name, string. Why is it not defined as unique? Should have been defined as unique. It seems pretty clumsy to me that it's happening like this. Okay, can we do column? Make it UUID. Okay, so if I make it UUID here, and I make it unique, join column. Does that work? I think it does. Should have been unique. Oh, it was already unique, I think, earlier as well. I'm so sorry. I think we don't need to do this thing. Yeah, it's still unique. My bad. Anyway, because it's 1-to-1, type one takes care of that. So we've got the passwords table, which is pretty fantastic. So okay, what else do we need? Just move my mic. Let me really check if my audio is still audio is audible, right? Yeah, fine. Okay. Let's go ahead. We got passwords, fine. What do we do about these passwords, right? So let's check upon those things and let's see. The password entity, which is done, which is sort of fine. Okay. Okay, how do we deal with when we're creating a user, right? So when we're creating a user, so we get to user service.ts, right? We want the password entity here, so that when we're creating a user, password is created, right? Makes sense. If we look at it from a different way in the user entity, if I just say that, that 1 to one it has with like password.user, and okay. Fine. So in a one-to-one relationship, inverse side object to okay. If I make password and use a password object, right? If there's anything else to be done here, I believe there's some relation options to be done. In the options, we can have lazy true. What else can we have? Cascade. The cascade should basically remove basically boolean or an array. Okay, so I just set cascade to true, maybe. Yeah, anyway. Okay, so we look at users does not have any relation to passwords actually now. Which is fine. Great. Now when we try to find a user, we should not find its password. It's something that I want to make sure of. So if I just execute that, we're not getting the user's password when we make a request, right? Which is sort of great. But then how do we add the passwords when we're creating a user? So we go to user service, and here when we're creating a user, create an user. So create save dot user. This user partial entity. So here's the stuff that we need to sort of deal with is user dot user password equal to user dot equal to user dot new password entity. I think I can do new password entity, and user dot user password dot password equal user dot password. Yeah. So creating a new user, we can pass a password as a string maybe. This dot user create user request. Okay, just separately the create user request dot password. Okay, if I try to create user request just like this, and if I try to save a user with a password, let's see that sort of works or not, right? Okay, so okay, so let's see, try to create a user. I think there will be something going wrong because it will not be able to create the password entity before the user is created. I believe that's what's gonna happen, but let me try it out anyway, right? Let me just try that stuff out. So username, maybe if I try AG123 and password is also AG123 in this case, and I don't have a name of that in a bio. I try to execute that. I believe some shit will fail. Oh, actually it got created. But the password is getting fetched. If I try to fetch user by username with AG123 and execute that, it's not fetching the user password. That's fine, but when you're creating it, it sort of gets fetched, right? Because we're using that to save it. Okay. Interesting. Let me quickly check. Select star from passwords. Wasn't saved. Right, password did not get saved properly. I got 2 users, but the password one is not saved. We need to make some changes here, right? You have to change stuff up a little bit. Can do it like this. You take the password, that's fine. Can't do it like this. You have to create a new user and you have to pass the password in that user object. You have to pass the password service. You can make an auth service, apparently a password repository. So what we can do here is we can inject repository of password entity type, private password repo password entity repository, sorry. Is that working fine? Is the injection working? Apparently password entity repository is not really working. Repository password entity inject repository stuff, it's not working. Okay, why not working? So for that we have to go to the user module, and inside the user module also add a password entity. Let's see, that works perfectly fine. Now in the user service, we have to do a bunch of different things. So we create a new user like this, const new user equal to this. Okay, then we have to do something else. So const password equal to new password entity. Then we do password dot user ID and password dot password. Okay, so create a new user, then we save the password, and then we return the new user. That's how we do it. If you do it this way, then I think we don't need the lazy bullshit here. I believe so, but let's check it out anyway. So now go to create new user. Let's try it out. So I don't know if G31 maybe I just do another user for myself, same password, just remove all that stuff, execute. New user created, Arnav G31 with the password Arnav G31. Let me just quickly check. Arnav G31 has been created. Let me check passwords. This password is still not created. That's sad. Why did that not get created? Because I'm an idiot. Because I did not write await this dot password report dot save. Not write that. Right, idiot. Anyway, let's then try it again. Try it out. 31. Same password. Okay, is passwords awesome? Password is saved. We would not save password in plain text. We're gonna cover that part pretty soon, but I think password generation is sort of saved, which is great for me as of now. Not really need separate IDs here or something, but anyway. So there's a password table. Makes a lot of sense, right? How to do login and everything, we'll try and look at that now. So I'll just add, okay. How to save passwords? I think we should not save direct password. We should save bcrypt. So I'll just check on type ORM. They have given any particular instructions about bcrypt or not. So let me quickly sort of check that out. Okay. Is my face still on the video? Yeah, it is. Any particular thing about bcrypt? Let's see. I just said use bcrypt as it is, which is fine. Nest itself does not provide any additional wrappers, which is fine for me. I think I like that. In fact, we'll see things. So what we'll do is, we'll do is with the auth module. We can use the auth module in the user module. In fact, okay. So the auth module, I will add the password repository stuff here, and we'll have an auth service which would do some of that password saving stuff. So if we go to auth service, and if I want to inject inside here, if I want to add a constructor, and if I want to add private password repository, right? And I can write, inject repository password, right, which I need to import password entity, and this would be basically repository of password entity type. I don't need a custom repository for this one yet. That's that becomes that. Does it fail? It does fail. password entity repository sort of not available there, which I can fix by going to auth module and writing here that what did we do in the user module? We have added imports, right? So here also we'll add imports, and inside imports we will add type for a model dot for feature, and instead of auth service we will add password entity. Fantastic. What we do here is that inside the user some models can be global apparently. How do we do global modules? So we can do global modules. So we write @global. You can write @global like this. Right. So let me make auth module global. Fantastic. So if auth module is global, then in my user module, can I remove password entity and it will still work? Apparently does not. Apparently does not. Sad. That's because we're using password entity directly in my user service. Instead of that, if we use the user the password service here, the auth service here, okay. So we'll go to auth service and we'll create a save password for user kind of a method there. Okay. So we'll create something like create password for new user. Password should be string, user should be some user entity. Let's take that. Okay. We can do user ID rather than that. Okay. So const existing equal to await this dot password repo dot find one. Where I don't know where user ID, right? So if existing, we return an error actually from here, right? We can throw an error. What security policy violation event is that? Event I didn't an exception. Okay, an unauthorized exception or something like that, I think. This already has a password, cannot set new passwords, and this create a password for user. So if existing, if it's not existing, then we do is sort of, yeah, const new password equal to new password entity, and we do new password dot user ID equal to this new password dot password equal to since we're doing some changes in the DB. I think in the main.ts we should have a line that, you know, synchronize and does synchronize update tables. Okay, anyway, check that. Let's come back to what we were doing, which is let's go to auth service. So create new password for the user, given a password and a user ID to do it, something like that, and okay. So if I do it like this, let's create password for user, and it returns like this. Then you can go to user entity, user service, and instead of injecting the password entity, we can inject auth service. Instead of doing this dot password repo dot save, which we have done here, we can do is await. So check that shit, and we can do is this dot password auth service. Okay, so this dot auth service dot create password for new user and pass we had to pass two things there, right? We pass the password and the user ID. So first the password, and then the opposite is actually better. So I'll shuffle the opposite here. So sorry, first the user ID, then the password. Great. So it pass. I get a new user, and then we create a password for that user. Auth service we cannot inject into user service somehow. That's because of module stuff again. So I'll go to module and I will write exports. The auth service I will export in it here, auth module, and exports. Awesome. So let's see. Okay, great. We have to create another user again. Post user, try it out. AG123 does any shit break? Doesn't actually. Let's see, passwords. Oh, fantastic. Password gets saved actually as well. So auth service is working perfectly fine. That's exactly what we needed. So when you create a user auth service, fantastic. Now in auth service, we also need to add functions to verify the password. And here we would not save the password directly as a string. We will make the changes to bcrypt as well. Okay, so let me go there and we will add this thing. So npm install bcrypt, and we will also install the type definition for bcrypt as well. Okay, awesome. So npm install development. Awesome. So instead of saving the password directly here, we do is we'll create a private function here. There's a hash sync function as well, I think. The salt to be encrypted if specified, import star, import to hash sync. Okay. So use sync one. We should use the async one, I think. So just do password to hash, which would return a promise and string basically. Here, so I do is return new promise. Resolve. Oh, sorry. Resolve reject. Fantastic. So what do we do here? We do is use the hash function, which is coming from bcrypt, and in the hash function we have to pass the data as string. So we'll take the password as string. So pass password. Second is salt or rounds, which salt rounds could be a number. So salt rounds, let me just write here that public static, and I will write password salt rounds equal to 10. So let's make it say a constant. So then we do is okay. And there's supposed to be a callback, right? Oh, it's supposed to be a promise. That's fantastic actually then. So we can just Private, if I do match pass hash, so we do password of type string and hash of type string. Promise boolean. So here we do is return, and I'm going to do so. Await hash, or I'll use match. Other methods are there. It's called bcrypt.hash and bcrypt.compare. Okay, so bcrypt.compare, I'll do, I'll do compare here. Password and hash, and compare should basically return it should return true, I believe. True or false, right? So awesome. Okay, so match pass hash is gonna check if the password and the hash match, and it should say true accordingly. Matching password to hash. This is to create a hash from password. Now, what we do here is, instead of saving the password, we do is await password pass to hash password. Okay. Let's create another user and see what gets saved. Okay, so I hope program is running right. Yeah, so I'll just go and I will create another user, try it out, and so Arnav3131 and Arnav3131 username and password, they become, and if I execute, the user gets created. If I look at password, so with Arnav3131, this sort of long string gets created. So this was the first one we created, a second one we created, but for this case, it's this password is getting saved actually, rather than the earlier case where the string is directly saved. Okay, so this is the hashed and salted and peppered password, which is sort of a useful. Bcrypt does hash salt password. When somebody tries to enter their password again, we can always convert it back into the same string and check that this matches or not, but we cannot recover the password from this string. So that's why it's kind of super helpful. So we'll see more about how to match the passwords and how we can integrate the auth service with the user service more in the next video. I think I'll just end this one here, where I'll just write that sort of concept of saving passwords is kind of shared, right? Okay, so I think fantastic. It's a lot of great stuff done there.